Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the rebirth of the Yellow Flash in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, Training and Rescue. Time skip 1 year asterisk. It had been a whole year since Naruto began his training. During the year he had gotten the leaf balancing exercise down completely and was halfway through the rock balancing exercise. He had worked through the basic offensive katas of his hummingbird taijutsu style and had managed to reach 2 tomos for his Sharingan. He had reached the level courtesy of yet another serious attempt on his life. And for once in his life he was truly traumatized. Flashback no jutsu asterisk. He was walking down the streets after the sun had set, and was going to his apartment while ignoring the glares they shot his way. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Naruto was pulled into an alley and he fell down on his back. Regaining his bearings, Naruto saw 3 people donning the leaf's forehead protectors and flak jackets surrounding his way out the alley. Naruto's stomach dropped in dread when they pulled out kunai knives at him, and their smiles were downright evil. He had shivers running down his spine in fright at the vulnerable situation he found himself in. Naruto got up, and dashed through an opening, zigzagging his way down the alleyways while the 3 men followed hot on his tail. Naruto knew they could have caught him by now if they so desired, being trained shinobi and all, but were probably enjoying the thrill of the chase. They were giving him some time, at the very least. Naruto tried to run even quicker when the men chuckled right behind him, apparently amused from his lame attempts at escaping them. Naruto suddenly came to an abrupt stop when he saw the alley come to an end, and all he had ahead of him was a wall, a dead end. Naruto turned around just as the men turned around the corner and took a step back, then another, and another when his back hit the wall. The shinobi began laughing at his miserable face when Naruto's back hit the wall and his eyes misted over with unshed tears. A lone tear rolled down his cheek when the men took out shurikens, not the practice one he was used to seeing, but the real deal. Without any hesitation or remorse, they chucked a volley of them towards him. 2 shurikens lodged themselves in his right thigh and 1 in his left, another once in each of his forearms, and a vicious scream in agony tore through his throat. Naruto fell down to his knees, whimpering in pain while they laughed at his misery. "How the mighty have fallen," one of them taunted. "So, how does it feel to bear the pain that you inflicted on so many other humans, Kyubi? We know that we can't kill you or you'll regain your strength and be free off your bonds, but we can torture your vessel and break you from the inside out. Don't worry, you'll soon be numb from the pleasure we'll inflict upon you." "Why?" Naruto whimpered dizzily. "Why do you people keep doing this to me? What have I ever done to you? What did you do, you say, Kyubi?" They sneered furiously. "You killed so many of our villagers, and now you have the gall to ask what you did. And to top it all off, you have the guts to join the academy to regain your strength. We'll make this a night to remember." As soon as those words were said, Naruto curled up into a ball and prepared himself for the pain he knew was coming. No one noticed his cerulean blue pools bleed red when they were beating, kicking, and stabbing him on all his non-fatal points. Naruto didn't know how long it continued, for as his body grew number and his whimpers turned incoherent, all the while pleading if someone would save him. At the Hokage office, Hiruzen, having gone through a long council meeting, the point of which he still had trouble comprehending, was annoyed at being pointlessly held back for so long. They were arguing and asking pointless things off of him that, in his honest opinion, were beyond ridiculous. Moreover, he still had to go and complete all the pending paperwork that must have piled up on his desk in his absence. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as his back hit the leather of his chair. He inked his brush and started scribbling away at the stack of folders. He must have been at it for hours since the sun was beginning to set in the horizon, Hiruzen realized tiredly. The thought of not being able to go see Naruto for congratulating the boy on making the cut for the academy saddened him. But he promised himself that tomorrow, at Ichiraku's, he would treat the boy and listen to all his babbles for the entire evening. Hiruzen had just about finished on his train of thoughts when Kakashi came striding in the door, an act that made Hiruzen grow a bit confused. "Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama." Kakashi sighed lazily, further confusing Sarutobi. "What mission is that, Kakashi?" he questioned as if the masked Jonin had grown a second head. "I don't remember assigning you any missions. Weren't you supposed to be watching over Naruto tonight?" he asked with a hint of worry while Kakashi looked at him perplexed. But, Hokage-sama, the elders sent 2 umbus saying you were busy in a meeting. Hiruzen blinked, caught off guard. Plus, this mission required my immediate attention. They even told me that they had assigned someone else to watch over Naruto while I was away. Hiruzen gulped thickly, Kakashi, I never issued any missions of importance that might have need of your specific skill set today. He admitted with a dry throat. And as for the council meeting, it was a useless gathering of civilians that really had no point in me attending. What was this mission you were on anyways? He asked dismally. I was told to watch a specific part of the village wall. There had been a possibility for a breach of security. But it was most likely a fluke, as everything was fine according to the barrier team. Coincidentally, there was no point in me tending to the mission as well. Kakashi's words furthered Hiruzen's worries. Hiruzen's and Kakashi's minds simultaneously began connecting dots. The useless council meeting summoned by the elders and the civilian council, Kakashi's fake mission, absolutely no breach in security, the umbu detail. Hiruzen stood up. Kakashi, his voice turned desperate. Please tell me that you made sure someone was assigned to protect Naruto while you were gone, didn't you? He asked uncertainly. Kakashi mechanically shook his head, his lone eye widening as he too finished connecting the dots. Hurriedly, Hiruzen took out his crystal ball and desperately tried to locate Naruto. A few moments later, the crystal all locked onto his signature and an image became clear. Hiruzen's blood ran cold. He stood up abruptly as 3 umbu came in front of his desk and Kakashi stood by their sides, all 4 looking ready for the kill. Hiruzen vanished in a tempest of flames, everyone else followed suit and rushed in the same direction with only one thought in mind: let us make it in time. Meanwhile, in the alleyway, it must have at least 4 hours since his torture began, and the beating was still going on. Naruto's body had fallen completely numb a while ago, and the numbness kept increasing as the pain was finally becoming too much for him bear. But Naruto was being forced to remain conscious, since the attacks being inflicted on him weren't allowing him to fall unconscious. The attackers were now getting pretty tired and annoyed as well. Hey, one of them heaved. He's hurt and everything, but not broken like we were ordered to. What should we do? One of them asked as another one of them smirked. I have an idea, he suggested. After this, the Kyuubi will have a hard time staying sane, much less become a threat to the village. He promised. The other 2 looked at him, intrigued as he started to tear apart the little blonde bundle's clothes in tatters. The others got the gist of what he was about to do and smirked themselves. Naruto, meanwhile, mutely whimpered as his clothes were torn apart, and he tried to think just what it was that they were planning to do with him. Was there even something that could be worse than this? Finally, when he was in nothing but his undergarments, the man who had suggested this plan started to undo his pants. Naruto clenched his eyes shut and wordlessly waited for whatever pain was about to come. This was the scene Hiruzen, Kakashi, and the umbu walked into. They all had their eyes widened at what the perpetrators were thinking of doing to the boy, and when they heard the 2 men standing on the side, laughing, Hiruzen lost it. He threw a kunai at the man who was undoing his pants jugular, who dropped dead without a sound while the 2 others fell to their knees from the killing intent he unleashed. They were terrified at being caught, sure, but were thinking of the consequences that it would lead them to. Umbu. Hiruzen barked. The 3 umbu behind him stiffened. Orders, Hokage-sama. Take these bastards to Ibiki. Tell him everything that has occurred in the alley, word for word, and tell him that he has a week to play with them as he sees fit. Especially tell Anko what they were about to do. I'll talk to them later when they are done getting details out of them, and then I will plan their most painful execution, personally, and have them disgraced in front of the whole shinobi forces before being sentenced. Dismissed. He bellowed, and the umbu took the 2 alive, whimpering, and begging shinobi away. Kakashi burned the corpse right then and there, and the both of them walked over to Naruto slowly and steadily so as to not alarm the frightened boy who had tucked himself in a corner to get out of harm's way. He was curled up in a tiny ball, holding the 2 kunai knives he had pulled out of his own thighs, both of which bled profusely. He was shaking, trembling in fear, but he kept a little guard up. The thing that surprised the Kakashi the most were Naruto's eyes. His usual deep blue cerulean pools now bled red as 2 tomos circled in his right eye and a single one in his left. Naruto barely managed croaked out some words, his body still trembling uncontrollably. "Don't come any closer," he warned them as he kept up his shaking hands pointed at Hiruzen threateningly. Tears streamed down Hiruzen's own cheeks as he focused his attention on the terrified child. The shock of his unsealed eyes was nothing to Hiruzen at the moment compared to the iciness in the frightened words he'd just heard. Hiruzen continued walking closer, slowly with his hands up, while Kakashi held himself back, not wanting to scare the child even more than he already was. "It's alright Naruto," Hiruzen cooed softly. "No one is going to hurt you anymore. It's me, your old man, don't you remember me, Naruto-kun?" he asked soothingly. Naruto cried even harder, his kunai still held up in front of him. "Please don't hurt me," Naruto sniffled. "I'll go, and I'll never come back. Just, please, don't hit me anymore. It hurts too much. Please, leave me alone. I wanna die and go see my father the old man told me about. He watches over me from above. Please go, I'll kill myself, I promise. Please don't hurt me anymore." He choked out. Involuntary tears flowed through the adults' faces at hearing what the boy had just admitted. It was too much for Hiruzen's heart seeing the amount of trauma Naruto was presently under. It was so much that he wasn't even recognizing him. Hiruzen moved like lightning when Naruto pulled the kunai to his throat and snatched it away in a single, slick motion. The kunai was discarded aside and Hiruzen wrapped his arms around the boy, who struggled coarsely at first, but then hugged him back when Hiruzen's familiar, welcoming scent hit his nose and he cried in his chest. "Shh." Hiruzen hushed the boy. "It's alright, Naruto, you're fine. I'll take care of everything, you'll be better in no time, now calm down." He whispered comfortingly and smiled when the boy's crying trickled down, and he finally fell unconscious from sheer exhaustion. Hiruzen stood up with the boy in his arms, turning to Kakashi, he nodded, and both vanished in a leaf shuershin. Flashback no Jutsu Kai *. Naruto had to stay in the hospital for 2 weeks before he was allowed to leave. Hiruzen had been worried about how this incident would affect Naruto and his loyalty to the village. However, his fears were unfounded when Naruto told him that he wouldn't be able to look his father in the eye if he gave up so easily. He said, "You said it yourself, Jiji, I have inherited the will of fire from my dad. I will do any and everything in my power to protect those who he died protecting. I will carve my own path and make him proud." He finished with a foxy grin showing that he was alright. However, Hiruzen wasn't known as the professor for nothing. He immediately saw that Naruto had put on a mask and it would be very hard getting through to him. "Damn you villagers. You have taken away the last bit of innocence of a child." As he thought that, he silently let out a few tears before looking up to the sky and thinking, "I'm sorry Minato, I failed you." After the incident, Naruto had once again pushed himself into training and was now reading more advanced notes on the Sharingan and was practicing a few moves that came with it. He had worked through the basics of Shuriken Jutsu and had developed a good aim. As a well-done gift, Hiruzen had gifted Naruto his very first Jutsu scroll. It was called the Shadow Shuriken Clone Jutsu and it caused a single projectile to be multiplied depending upon the chakra used. Needless to say, Naruto took it in like a dry sponge to water. It took him a month to completely master the jutsu, and after that he managed to derive 3 jutsus from it. He created the Shadow Kunai Clone Jutsu, Shadow Giant Shuriken Jutsu, and finally the multiple Shadow Giant Shuriken Jutsu. Needless to say, Hiruzen was very impressed and even added the 3 jutsus he created under his name to the Konoha Jutsu library. They were ranked as C ranks. Naruto, finding solace in ninjutsu, asked if he could learn any more jutsus, only to be put down by Hiruzen, who said he was only 5 and the arsenal he had right now was good enough. Another thing that happened was Naruto and Hiruzen decided to put a seal on Naruto's eyes that would allow him to use the Sharingan, but it would still show his eyes to be the usual blue they were. Over the year, Naruto had developed a friendly relationship with the librarian, who after meeting the blonde several times quickly saw that he was in no way Kyuubi but was a victim of his own circumstance. She spent time with him and taught him things like cooking, maths, and manners. Needless to say, the blonde couldn't stop grinning when he knew he had another person out there who cared for him. For his second year of training, he had decided to master the basic defensive katas of his taijutsu style, add his jutsus in it to make it more effective. To master the rock balancing exercise and also gain some ground in the tree walking exercise. Then to improve his control on his Sharingan using his father's notes, which were quite detailed on the exercises needed to improve his control over his eyes. Halfway through the second year, Naruto had finally started getting his first piece of appreciation. It had happened during the kidnapping incident staged by Kumo. They had almost successfully kidnapped the heiress of the Hyuga clan Hinata Hyuga and the heiress of the Uchiha clan Sayuri Uchiha. Strongest of the 5 villages, my ass, their defense is so lax they didn't even notice me entering their compounds and kidnapping these brats. Thought the Kumo Jonin as he made way to his exit point. It was at this moment that the sack he was holding started moving and muffled cries could be heard from it. Giving the sack a violent shake, he harshly whispered, "Quit your whining or I'll kill you." The voices were reduced to whimpers. The Kumo Jonin was about to restart running when he was interrupted by Kuno landing right in front of him. He stopped and looked up to see a blonde kid no older than 5 glaring down on him. "Get out of my way, kid, I may let you live if you leave without making any noise," sneered the Kumo Jonin. "Oh, I'll leave all right, but only after drop the bag you are carrying," Naruto replied with a strong voice. "Oh well, I'll just have to kill you," said the Kuno Jonin as he threw 4 Kuno at Naruto. Naruto, following the projectiles with his Sharingan, used his own Kuno to parry the projectiles before throwing a single shuriken and going through his hand seals and shouting, "Multi-Shadow Giant Shuriken Clone Jutsu." The single projectile divided into 10 parts and enlarged into the Fuma Shuriken size. The Jonin's eyes widened when he saw the projectiles coming his way. He had no option but to jump in the air, which was exactly what Naruto wanted him to do. Following the Jonin, Naruto used both his Sharingan and natural flexibility to deliver his strongest offensive taijutsu technique, hitting a strong kick to the Jonin's temple. Losing his balance, he dropped the sack mid-air. Naruto, however, caught it before it reached the ground. He then quickly opened the top and saw 2 girls around his age. Both had black hair. Their eyes were shut and they were huddled against each other with tears running down their faces. Naruto quickly undid their bindings, prompting them to open their eyes and look at him. Naruto then said, "Run to the Hokage, tell him what happened, I will hold that guy off and give you enough time to escape." Both the girls looked shocked. A boy just their age had managed to free them. One of the girls then said, But what about you?" Turning to look at the Jonin, who was regaining his senses, Naruto said, "I will be fine, just get the Hokage to get here as quickly as possible." Both the girls hesitantly nodded before running off to the Hokage office. The Jonin, after regaining his bearings, snarled at Naruto and said, "You should have left when you had the chance, brat, now I will take my time killing you." Saying that, he disappeared and appeared before Naruto and punched him hard in the stomach, causing Naruto to cough out blood. The Jonin didn't stop his assault and then kneed Naruto in the face, breaking his nose before kicking him into a tree. As soon as Naruto impacted the tree, his head started bleeding and he was about to lose his consciousness, but fought to stay awake as he knew that the girls were still in danger. The man looked at Naruto with a maniacal grin and said, "So you are still awake, huh? This might be fun after all." He weaved through hand signs at a quick pace and shouting, "Lightning-style howl of the wolf jutsu." As he said that, a 3-meter-long wolf made of lightning appeared and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes, accepting death. However, it was at this time his body glowed blue and 4 blue chains erupted from his back and wrapped themselves around the wolf, disintegrating it. Naruto, on his last legs, was working on pure instinct and willpower, followed his gut as the chains quickly wrapped themselves around the unsuspecting Jonin, hindering his movement. Naruto, using the last of his chakra, pumped it into his good hand and legs and launched himself at the Jonin before hitting on the face as hard as he could, knocking the Jonin out. As soon as the Jonin fell down, the chains disintegrated themselves and Naruto wobbled his way to a tree and leaned into it, falling unconscious himself. This was the scene that the Hokage, the Hyuga clan head Hayashi Hyuga and the Uchiha clan head Fugaku Uchiha along with their daughters walked into. Take the kidnapper to Ibiki for questioning. Tell him to get the information out before the Raikage comes for his meeting," said Hiruzen. The saluted before disappearing with the body. After this, Hiruzen rushed to Naruto and began checking his vitals. After feeling them to be stable, he sighed before lifting the boy up and moving to the group. "Ano, is he alright?" asked the Hyuga heiress in a shy voice as she played with her fingers. "Yes, he is fine, he is only unconscious. He should be fine after a few days at the hospital," Hiruzen replied in a kind tone. He was extremely proud of what his grandson had done. The will of fire was indeed burning brightly in him. "Ito, will we be able to visit him when he wakes up?" The Uchiha heiress asked as she fondled her skirt while looking at the ground. I think that can be arranged, don't you think so, Hayashi? Asked Fugaku, to which the Hyuga clan head nodded and said. It will be possible, this boy has garnered the favor of the Hyuga clan, we will paying for his entire recovery. Announced Hayashi. And the Uchiha clan will be responsible for his security during the days he will be at the hospital. Announced Fugaku. Hiruzen nodded at that and left with Naruto taking him to the hospital. As the others left, Hiruzen thought, security and pay? Don't make me laugh, you only want to keep an eye on him. 3 days later asterisk. Naruto's eyes fluttered open and he saw the familiar ceiling of the hospital. He struggled before sitting up and spotted Hiruzen sitting on a chair. Hey G. He was broken off by a violent cough which prompted Hiruzen to quickly make his way toward him and hand him a glass of water. After a long drink he looked at Hiruzen again and grinned before saying, hey Gigi. Hiruzen then stood up and said, don't you hey Gigi me mister, what were you thinking when you confronted a Jonin? You could have gotten yourself killed. What do you have to say for yourself? He scolded. Naruto looked down, tears welling in his eyes, and in a low voice replied, I'm sorry Gigi. Hiruzen's eyes softened at that and he scooped Naruto up in a hug. He let the boy cry it out before saying, what you did was foolish. On one hand I am slightly angry that you put yourself in danger, but on the other hand I am immensely proud of you. You stood for your fellow villagers and became the light for them in that dark moment. You are a true carrier of the will of fire. I am proud of you. Naruto then looked up and smiled before asking, Gigi, how long was I out and are both of those girls okay? You were out for 3 days, don't worry, I informed the academy of your absence, you can go there from tomorrow. And yes, both of them were fine, they visited you while you were out. Now get some sleep, you have school tomorrow. Said Hiruzen. Alright Gigi, good night, see you tomorrow. Said Naruto as he rolled over and fell asleep. Chapter 12, Friends and Inheritance. Making his way to the academy, Naruto couldn't help but think about the talk he had with Hiruzen regarding his chains. It was a big reveal and he was having mixed feelings about it. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he made way to the academy with a smile, hoping to make friends just like his dad asked him to. Flashback no jutsu asterisk. Say Gigi, during the fight with that Kumo Jonin I was suddenly able to material some chains. They were really strong and stopped a really strong lightning wolf coming towards me. Did I inherit that from my dad as well? Asked Naruto. Hiruzen cursed under his breath. He was hoping that Naruto wouldn't remember the chains. It was going to be a disaster, he knew it. No Naruto. Those chains are called adamantine chains and you got them from your mother. Replied Hiruzen and carefully waited for Naruto's response. Wait, you knew my mom, what happened to her? Asked Naruto in an excited voice. I don't know Naruto, but I can show you her photo. Said Hiruzen as he took out a photo of Kushina standing with Minato and handed it to Naruto. What he didn't realize was that the picture in question was when Kushina was pregnant. An eerie silence followed after he handed the picture to Naruto. Sensing something to go wrong, Hiruzen quickly activated his privacy seals and waited for Naruto to speak. So the Yondaime is my father? Asked Naruto in a hollow tone. Flinching at his tone, Hiruzen replied, yes, he was Naruto. Before you react, hear me out. I will tell you everything. Why the villagers seem to hate you, and why did I hide this fact from you? After my explanation is complete, I will give you everything your father left for you. But don't interrupt me until I finish, agreed. Naruto only replied with small nod. Taking in a deep breath, Hiruzen began and said, as you know, 6 years ago the nine-tailed fox attacked Konoha and was killed by the Yondaime, correct? Naruto only nodded before Hiruzen continued and said, well, it's wrong, the Kyuubi is monster made of chakra, it can't be killed. Knowing that the Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi into his children, he took its chakra and sealed it into his daughters, whereas he took the beast's soul and sealed it into you. Wait, I have sisters. Where and who are they? Asked Naruto with a little hope. Naruto, there isn't a way to sugarcoat this, so I will be blunt. I didn't want to tell you this until you were older, but the situation deems it necessary. For some reason your mother thought that you were the demon reincarnate and left you, taking her daughters with her. She also removed you from the Uzumaki clan. However, your father already suspected something and made you his sole heir for all his money and all his jutsus. You will become the Namikaze clan head when you become older and stronger. Said Hiruzen. Naruto looked down, Hiruzen's words weighing heavy on his little shoulders. He looked up and whispered, "Am I a demon? Did my dad really love me, or did he leave me everything just because of my bloodline? Naruto, he loved you very much. So much that you can't even imagine it. He was a true genius and saw through everyone's intentions before making sure your future was secure. Now here, takes these 2 scrolls and read them, you will find all your answers in them," Hiruzen said in a kind and soft voice before handing Naruto 2 scrolls. He opened the first scroll and found it to be the will and last rites of the Yondaime. It stated, "I, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konohagaku no Sato, clan head of the Namikaze clan, which holds its seat as one of the 4 noble clans of Konoha, leave all my fortune, which includes the entire wealth of the Namikaze clan and its compounds, every property I own or is registered under the Namikaze name, to my son Naruto Namikaze. The Namikaze clan compounds have been sealed by the various security, privacy, and barrier seals attuned only to my son's chakra and blood. He is the sole inheritor to the entire wealth, knowledge, and lands owned by the Namikaze clan. I hereby name Naruto Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the soul of the Kyuubi no Yoko, as the heir to the Namikaze clan. If anything happens to me, this will be my last testament, in order that everything be handed down to Naruto after he is ready to learn the truths through Hiruzen Sarutobi, to whom I have trusted this responsibility in case his mother abandons him or if something happens to her in the aftermath of my death. Hiruzen Sarutobi shall be the guardian to the clans and my own wealth until the time he deems him ready. Minato Namikaze. Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze clan head." Naruto didn't show any outward reaction but was inwardly a little happy that he wasn't forgotten. Opening the second scroll, he saw that it was a private letter that was addressed to him. Shakily opening it, he began to read. "Naruto, oh my little boy. How much I wish I could be there for you. There are just so many things I wish to talk to you about, teach you. Pass on everything to you. Now where to start? I never really was that good at these last words, but I guess these are really the last, eh? Get it? Oh well. Well, I really wish the scroll I left with the old monkey doesn't come to use. But if it has, and trust me I pray it doesn't, then you have led a life full of loneliness. I have taken measures for your safety and all your basic amenities you will ever need growing up. Hiruzen has probably taken very good care of you, and if he hasn't, then trust me, he and I will have some words soon. He doesn't really have much time left anyways. I don't get how he stays so fit in that age. Must be his thing. You will probably be owning a lot of money and power by the time you open this letter. I hope and I am watching you that you don't become arrogant or turn foolish with all the wealth and fortune at such young an age. But I know you're my son. I trust you enough that you won't be like that. Seeing how much you look like me, I can proudly say you'll be just as awesome as your old man. Well, now let's let some parental instincts kick in. Do not, and I mean absolutely not, turn into a pervert like Jiraiya-sensei if he ever makes contact with you or tries to turn you into his corrupt ways. Or I swear, he'll regret ever dying after me and I meet in the afterlife. Make friends. I know it will be a bit difficult for you seeing the burden I have put on your tiny shoulders, but try and make some friends. You don't need a whole lot of them, just a few would be enough that you could trust completely. And that brings me to the next point. Girls. Now no need to be embarrassed about hearing this from me, every parent has to tell their children about this, and this will be the least embarrassing in your case. When you'll get the letter, you'll be a young man and it is only natural to take an interest in girls. But try and find a nice girl, a girl who loves you with all her heart and one you could trust your life with. Love, now I can't explain it to you. You'll know when it happens. Both of you will stay and wait for each other even if you are so far apart it doesn't look like you'll be together again. Your hearts stay connected even through that. When you feel so strongly about someone, then you can say you are in true love with each other. I wish you find your partner and hope she is very kind and pretty. After all, I need a cute girl to see with my little boy from up here, you know. No alcohol or sake until you're of age, and even then only a little. It's alright to drink a little on occasions, but it harms you if you take it excessively, so try and stay away from it. Be careful about the handling of money matters, alright, try and help as many people as you can with the money you have. That is the best use it could have. Alright, now moving on from my don'ts of life, I hope you did well at the academy, even if you didn't, don't get depressed, Sometimes it takes time, but I'm sure you'll get it right. After all, it is a parent's duty to trust in their children, right? Remember that everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Find your strengths and harness them, weed out your weakness through hard work and perseverance, and I'm sure you'll make me proud. Blood splatter. Naruto, looks like my time is getting up. Now listen and remember this carefully. There was an orange-masked man with a lone Sharingan in his right eye behind the attack of the Nine Tails tonight. He'll be back for you, and your sisters, I'm sure of it. Get strong enough to protect them and yourself, make allies who would stand up next to you and watch your back, and gain enough strength to deal with him when you finally have to face him. Blood splatter. Naruto, from now on, you're going to face lots of pain and hardship. Be true to yourself. Have a dream and have the confidence to make that dream come true. I have left you with scrolls for my personal techniques, the Rasengan, the Hirishin, and the space-time absorption barrier. I hope they help you when the time comes. Oh, and Naruto, there's so much. Oh, so much more that I want to pass on to you. I wish I could stay with you longer. I love you. Tears were streaming down Naruto's face as he read the letter. He then hugged the letter to his chest and shakily said, "He loved me, I was wanted." Hiruzen chose this moment to get up and hug Naruto as he soothed him and let him clear his chest away. After Naruto had calmed down, Hiruzen said, "Naruto, you do understand that I can't reveal your heritage right now, don't you?" Naruto nodded and with a small smile said, "Yeah, I understand, Jiji. I read that Tuchin had many enemies who would stop at nothing to attack. Until I get stronger, I won't reveal my heritage. Now I know I can't live in my clan compound, but do you think you could give me my dad's notes on his jutsus?" asked Naruto with a shy voice. "Of course, Naruto, and since you took this news so well, I will teach you two jutsu myself. Though I want to ask, are you okay? The news of your own mother abandoning you must have hit you hard," Hiruzen said in a tender voice. "Yeah, it was hard. They have been living in peace since they were born, not knowing any hardship. It really hurts, but I know that Tou-chan wouldn't want me to wallow. I will move on from this and make him proud. Also, I won't take the clan name right now, I will take them after I become Chunin or something," said Naruto, to which Hiruzen nodded. "Naruto, I do want to ask, what will you do if, for example, your mother apologizes to you and tries to make amends?" asked Hiruzen with a curious expression. Nothing at all. I will let Uzumaki-sama know that I want nothing to do with them. But I will show them appropriate respect that is given to fellow shinobi," said Naruto, to which Hiruzen nodded. "That is all I needed to know. Now run along. I will meet you in a week with books on all 10 levels of Fuinjutsu, your father's notes, and finally to teach you the two jutsus I promised you. Is that okay?" asked Hiruzen, to which Naruto nodded with a big smile and left the office. Flashback: no Jutsu Kai. On the other side of town, Hiruzen Sarutobi had his own set of problems. The first and foremost being a mountain of paperwork in front of him. It was at that moment Jiraiya appeared from the window and said, "Hi, sensei." Not looking up from his paperwork, Hiruzen replied, "Jiraiya, good to see you again. What are you doing here?" "Oh, I just came to tell you that we started training the twins the year ago, and we should be back by graduation time," replied Jiraiya, to which Hiruzen gave a stiff nod. "So sensei, how's the kid? What was his name again?" asked Jiraiya in a non-clatant tone. Hiruzen looked at him incredulously and said seriously, "Jiraiya? What is his name? You don't remember your own godson's name?" Minato must be rolling in his grave, seeing how his wife, his own teacher, and the village he gave his life to save are treating his son. Jiraiya looked down in shame before Hiruzen sighed and said he has had a very difficult life. He has no friends his age, he almost died twice in the last couple of years because of mobs of people attacking him. Though he is a good kid, he wants to be Hokage and surpass his old man while also protecting the villagers. What you mean to say is that he knows who his dad was?" asked Jiraiya in a surprised tone. "He inherited his father's genius, Jiraiya. He already had a fair idea, and then I merely confirmed it when he asked. I had to explain the whole Kyuubi incident to him and also what happened that day," said Hiruzen. "How did he react to Kushina leaving him?" asked Jiraiya in a nervous voice. Sighing, Hiruzen replied, "Badly, very badly. He said that he will respect them as fellow shinobi, but ahead of that he couldn't care less what happens to them. Basically, if there was a chance to get back together, it's gone." Silence ensued in the room. Neither of the two willing to break it. Jiraiya then picked a photo of a shirtless Naruto being coddled on by Hiruzen. His eyes went on the seal and began to critically analyze it. After a few minutes his eyes snapped back towards Hiruzen and he asked, "Can I keep this picture? I want to study this seal a little more." Hiruzen only nodded as Jiraiya stood up and left through the window. Back with Naruto *. Making his way to classroom number 222, Naruto knocked on the door and waited. After a few moments a man with a scar on his face appeared and looked at him questioningly. Naruto just gave him the paper that his Jiji gave him. After reading it the man smiled and ushered him to come in. "Alright class, we have a new student. Please introduce yourself," said the teacher. "Anno, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I hope we get along with each other," he said shyly. As he said that murmurs went across the room, some positive but mostly negative. Two heirs however had the same thoughts as him. Just as the murmurs became too loud a voice shouted, "Oh, you are the one that Sarutobi Jiji told me about." "Wait, you know the old man?" Naruto replied confused. "Damn right I do, I am his grandson. He told me that the future Hokage will be coming to class today. Was he referring to you?" asked the boy. "Damn right he was, Dadabia," replied Naruto. He then made way and sat down next to the boy who was named as Izan Sarutobi. As he sat down, Naruto critically analyzed the rest of his classmates. Most of them were civilians, but it seemed that on pure coincidence there were clan heirs from nearly every major clan of Konoha. There was a boy with red markings on his feral face and an in-dog companion on his head. He was the heir on the Inyazuka clan. Another one with a lazy expression and a hairstyle that resembled a pineapple, he was the heir of the Nara clan. There was a fat boy having spiral symbols on his cheeks and he seemed to constantly have a bag of chips in his hands. He was the heir of the Akimichi clan. A boy wearing a long coat, sunglasses, and a hat. The heir of the Abarame clan. A girl with platinum blonde hair and blue eyes, the heiress of the Yamanaka clan. We obviously have the heiresses to both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. And finally there was the heiress of the Kurama clan. She was a brunette with brown eyes. Naruto droned himself out of the lesson because he felt that it was boring and was glad when bell to lunch had rung. "Say Naruto, let's go to cafeteria to get our lunch," said Izan, to which Naruto nodded. He was glad to have found someone like him. When they went out to the ground they saw groups of kids already formed and chatting. There was however one girl who was sitting alone. It was the Kurama clan heir. Naruto looked over to Izan and pointed at her. He sighed and said, "I don't really know why, but no one sits with or even talks to her. It's been 3 days and still I haven't seen anyone talk to her." Naruto nodded before giving a small smile and saying, "How about we go and sit with her? It is obvious that for some reason we are the class outcasts. People like us stay together. What say?" Izan grinned and said, "You bet, let's go." The two of them made way to Yakumo and the three began talking to each other. Slowly the conversations became more fluid and more comfortable, and before they could even realize it, a deep bond of friendship and trust had already been formed. Naruto even invited the two of them to come train at his place at the weekends, to which both of them readily agreed to. The trio didn't go unnoticed by the rest of the heirs. And that is another reason we should avoid them. "You saw how easily they befriended that demon?" asked Kiba, the Inyazuka heir. "I have to agree, I thought he would be different considering he did save me and all. Guess it was just wishful thinking." Sayuri sighed. "Troublesome," replied the lazy Nara. The group of heirs kept on chatting and gossiping. It was a few minutes later that Naruto noticed that the Abarame heir himself was sitting alone. Naruto excused himself from his group and made way to him and said, "Hi, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, what's yours?" "Abarame Shino," came the stoic boy's reply. "Why are you sitting alone, Shino?" asked Naruto. "No one invited me." "Why?" "Because my clan is generally one treated to be an outcast because of our relationship with bugs," Shino replied stoically. "Bugs? What relationship do you have with them?" asked Naruto. "Our clan houses colonies of bugs inside our body and uses them for ninja arts," Shino replied, already expecting Naruto to grow disgusted and leave. "Wow, that's so cool. What type of bugs do you usually use?" asked Naruto, his interest growing by the minute. "We normally use kikaku, they are bugs which suck chakra," Replied Shino. He was surprised by Naruto's interest and was inwardly glad to have not been completely shunned. Cool. Any Shino, come with me to my group, said Naruto. He then pulled Shino along with him and introduced him to the rest of the group. After a few minutes Shino was accepted as the part of the group. Naruto felt that the group was complete. They had a loud mouth in Izan, a shy one in Yakumo, a stoic one in Shino and a genius in Naruto. It felt amazing belonging somewhere. Looking around, Naruto just knew that now finally he could call the village his home. In his office Hiruzen was smiling warmly at the scene. In front of him was Shibuya Barame and Yumiko Kurama. Shivi had a small barely noticeable smile. This was something considered to be big, whereas Yumiko was openly crying happy tears. So what do you think of Naruto? Asked Hiruzen. Looking at him, it's logical that he is no demon. Why? No demon would make attempts at making others feel better, replied Shivi, with Yumiko only nodding along with him. So do you approve of their friendship? I am asking because from what I've heard for Kazumi and Itaki is that both Hayashi and Fugaku have instructed their daughters to stay away from Naruto. Asked Hiruzen. I approve, he is a good kid and has a strong will of fire in him, said Yumiko, with Shivi giving a small nod. Well, it looks like we have found the next big team. Who knows, they could become Konoha's Yonin in the future, said Hiruzen with a chuckle. It caused Yumiko to let out a laugh and Shivi to smile. Time skip at the weekend. Any Jiji, so what jutsus are we going to learn? Asked Naruto excitedly. Well, the first one is Kage Bunshin. It's a B-rank kinjutsu. I want to teach it to you because of your large chakra reserves. Now follow this hand sign, he said as he crossed his fingers making a T shape. As Hiruzen did that, a puff and a second Hiruzen appeared. Now then Naruto, you try, said Hiruzen. Naruto nodded and crossed his fingers before shouting, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A few puffs went out and a few semi-solid clones appeared. Not bad Naruto, keep trying, and when you are done we will move to the next jutsu, said Hiruzen. Nodding, Naruto continued to try it, and after 2 hours, much to Hiruzen's shock, Naruto had managed to produce 50 completely solid clones. He grinned foxily at Hiruzen, who could feel the smugness coming of Naruto in waves. Shaken out of his stupor, he looked at Naruto, who wasn't even winded. Grinning inwardly, Hiruzen said, Now Naruto, the Kage Bunshin is a kinjutsu because it uses a large amount of chakra. I don't want you to use more than 50 at a time, am I understood? Hiruzen finished in a stern tone. Naruto nodded, after which Hiruzen said, This technique will help you in training as well. As the Kage Bunshin are connected by nerves, everything they experience will be sent back to original as if they did the task themselves. Naruto's eyes widened before he giddily giggled. Stopping after a while, he said, I presume they don't affect physical training, right? Hiruzen nodded. Naruto then, turning to his 50 clones, said, Alright people, I want 10 of you on chakra control exercises, 15 of you to practice the next katas of the hummingbird, and the last 25 get moving on fuinjutsu, read the books Jijibot, and practice calligraphy. The clones nodded and distributed themselves accordingly. Now then Naruto, your father left you a summoning contract with the Toads. They are among the strongest summons in the world. They took as their summoner when you were just a baby. Now I will teach you the hand signs for the summoning jutsu. It will take you a long time before you can summon a battle toad. Now look at these hand symbols. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Now practice these hand signs, then I will tell you how to summon, said Hiruzen, to which Naruto nodded and started practicing. After a couple of hours, Naruto had fluently gotten the signs down and was awaiting further instruction. Now then Naruto, repeat after me, said Hiruzen. He then bit his thumb before making the hand signs and finally placing his hands on the ground and shouting, Summoning Jutsu. As he said that, a puff of smoke was seen and a small monkey appeared before looking and disappearing in a puff. Now then you try, said Hiruzen. Nodding, Naruto bit his thumb, went through with the hand signs, and after placing his hand on the ground he shouted, Summoning Jutsu. A small puff of smoke was seen and a small red and purple toad was seen. Yo! I take it you are our new summoner? Asked the toad. Yup, that's me, chirped Naruto. Cool, do you have any snacks? Asked the toad. Not right now. How about you go back, and when I summon you next time I'll get you snacks, said Naruto. Sounds fair. By the way, Gamakaki is the name, see ya later," said the toad as he disappeared in a puff. "How was that, Jiji?" Naruto asked in a smug tone. "That was good, keep practicing both their jutsus. I will teach you some more later." "Okay?" asked Hiruzen. "You got it, Jiji-sensei," Naruto said in an excited tone. "Jiji-sensei?" asked Hiruzen, slightly confused. "Yup, you are my Jiji even if we aren't related by blood, and you taught me 2 good moves with promise for more, so sensei. Combine the 2, it becomes Jiji-sensei," Naruto chirped, causing Hiruzen to chuckle and then rub Naruto's head affectionately. "Say Jiji-sensei, can I tell my friends about you know everything?" asked Naruto in a worried voice. Crouching down in front of him, Hiruzen placed a hand on his shoulders and said, "Listen Naruto, they are your secrets to tell, however I want you to wait until you trust them with your life and they trust you with theirs. Also your relationship has just started, let it grow before testing it." Naruto nodded and hugged him before saying thank you. Hiruzen then decided to ask Naruto about his training plan. "Say Naruto, what do you plan to do with your dad's techniques and when will you learn them?" he asked. "Well Jiji, I am thinking of spending the next 3 years working on my chakra control, Fuinjutsu, Taijutsu, and the jutsus you will teach me. When my control and knowledge on Fuinjutsu will reach level 6, then I will start learning all 3 of my dad's jutsus and hopefully I will be able to use them when I become a genin," said Naruto, to which Hiruzen nodded with a proud smile. "I am proud of you Naruto, you really are something. Always remember to train but not to get power hungry. You should also add your Kekai Genka training in your schedule," said Hiruzen. "I almost forgot about that," said Naruto while he slapped his forehead, causing Hiruzen to sweat drop at his antics. Only Naruto would forget that he possessed 2 very strong Kekai Genkas. He truly is a mixture of both his mum and dad, thought Hiruzen. "Alright Naruto, dispel your clones 5 at a time every 5 minutes. After you are done, meet me outside, we are getting ramen as a reward for your good work," said Hiruzen. Naruto jumped up and down in excitement as he began dispelling his clones while dreaming of ramen. Chapter 13, A Look Over the Years. It had been 6 years since our hero had started the academy and made his friends. Now sitting at 5 feet 4 at 12, he could proudly say that he trusted all 3 of his friends for life. Today was the day of the final exam before the life of a genin. Needless to say, Naruto was beyond excited. During the years at the academy, Naruto had kept himself on an average position in the class. Enough not to draw any unwanted attention to himself. Over the years, thanks to the use of shadow clones, he had grown massively in all of his shinobi branches. He was now a level 6 Fuinjutsu user and had started dissecting both of his father's signature seals, the Hirishin and the space-time absorption barrier. His taijutsu and speed were mid-Chiryunin level thanks to his use of weights and then resistance seals after he reached level 5. He had also finally matured his Sharingan completely. Naruto, however, wasn't overly dependent on the eyes. He used them only to cast and break genjutsus, or to copy new jutsus that his Jiji was going to teach him. He had also massively improved his ninjutsu, which now stood at an impressive high Chiryunin level. He still hadn't done any elemental manipulation but was very skilled with non-elemental jutsus, even creating some personal versions of jutsus that he knew. He had also improved his summoning and could now summon at least 1 Battletoad. He had also gained good control over his chains. However, the highlight for him would be his mastery of the Raise-Non. It made him happy and feel close to his old man after learning his signature technique. As he was excitedly waiting for the exams to begin elsewhere in the Fire Capital, a nervous Kushina was packing her things to return to Konoha. The reason to her nervousness will soon be revealed. Multiple flashback no jutsu. Kushina walked through what was left of the village gates at the crack of dawn toward the carriage that would take her and her new family to the capital with her newborn daughters in hand. As she was about to enter the carriage, she looked back and saw Hiruzen standing at the dislodged entryway to the village with a sleeping Naruto in his arms. The sickening disgust she saw in his eyes as he glared at her before he turned his back to her and walked towards the Hokage Tower hurt her immensely. He was the man that Minato respected above all others, and to see him regarding her with such awful disappointment, she could only hope that he would see the truth behind her words one day. She forgot her pain as she gazed longingly upon the 2 red-headed infant girls that were fast asleep in her arms, neither of them having a care in the world. She smiled lovingly at them, thankful that despite last night's horrific attack by the Kuabai, or whatever tragedy might befall her, her family, her village or even her nation, there was still so much purity and innocence in the world. That purity and innocence had to be guarded and preserved for as long as possible. They would be free from worry for now, at least, as despite Hiruzen's anger with her, he still cared enough to provide an umbu detail to escort her and her babies to the capital. The trip took 2 full days at the slow pace the carriage moved at. During that time, the umbu hadn't spoken with her, and neither had she bothered to speak with any of them, guessing that they likely felt the same way about her that Hiruzen did. She couldn't fault them for that, they didn't know any better, after all. When they had arrived at the capital and they had stopped at the courtyard of the daimyo's palace, she thanked her escorts, who merely disappeared without so much as a word of acknowledgement, and exited the carriage. To her surprise, the daimyo himself was there to greet her and welcome her personally. Feeling honored by the daimyo's personal greeting, she thanked her feudal lord and allowed him to lead her to the Uzumaki estate grounds within the capital proper. There was still quite an impressive staff of caretakers tending the grounds and the house, many of whom Kushina had even known as a young girl, and all of whom greeted her and welcomed her home warmly. All of them gushed over the 2 baby girls in her arms, commenting on how beautiful they were and expressing their sentiments over how proud Kushina must be of them. She entered the main house, put the girls down into the double crib that had been prepared for them, and went to settle down in the living room. She allowed herself a smile, despite her sadness at both Minato's passing and Hiruzen's disappointment. All that mattered at the moment was that she and her girls were home, safe and sound, and they would have a happy life and childhood, here. The twins' first birthday came and went much more quickly than Kushina could have thought possible. Kushina had met the day with mixed feelings. The day would forever be bittersweet to her, and while she would remember the loss of her dearly departed husband and the death of her son by Kuabai's possession, she was also very happy to celebrate the beginning of the girls' 2nd year of life. She and the girls were very content and comfortable with the luxurious, safe, and peaceful life that they were able to enjoy in the fire capital. She had written to Hiruzen, giving him the annual report she promised she would give to him every year detailing her health and the health of the girls, and when she began training them, she would let him know how that was progressing, too. The letter she wrote to him was forgettable for the most part, though she did ask whether he had dealt with the demon and avenged Minato's death yet, or whether he would want her to do it herself. She had been surprised when, the very next day, she answered a knock on her front door and opened it to a courier ninja. The courier had an official certified letter addressed from the Hokage to her, a letter that she had to sign for. Whatever this was, Hiruzen was sending it to her as the Hokage, not as an old family friend, and he wanted a guarantee that she received it. Signing for the letter and dismissing the courier ninja, she closed her door, took the letter to her kitchen table and unsealed it. As she opened the scroll and read its contents, unlike the letter she sent to Hiruzen, his words would forever burn themselves verbatim into her psyche. Uzumaki-san. While it gives me great relief to know that you and your daughters are well, and that you are enjoying the protection of the daimyo, the guardian ninja 12 and the samurai forces of the Land of Fire, your request to murder your innocent 1-year-old son is not well received at all. As I informed you last year, your intent towards your son was seen even by your husband in his final few minutes of life, and he took steps to protect young Naruto from you. You dishonor Minato with your evil, twisted desire to harm an innocent, your own son, no less. He must be rolling in his grave with disgust and fury at how far you've fallen, and I have no doubts at all that he would spit in your face if he were to see you now. I myself am thoroughly ashamed and disgusted that I once thought of you as a daughter, no longer. From this day forward, you are my subordinate, and I am your Hokage, nothing more. As Hokage, I hereby prohibit you from returning to Konohagakure no Sato before your son and daughter's anticipated date of graduation from the Shinobi Academy. Exceptions to this executive order will be as follows. 1. If I summon you back, you are to answer my summons and come to Konoha immediately, where you will be escorted directly to my office upon your arrival at the gates. At no time during your visit will you be permitted to walk the village grounds without an escort. At the conclusion of the business for which I summon you, you will immediately be escorted back to the gates and sent on your way, once again prohibited from village entry. 2. If you send me advance notice via official communication of your intention to come to the village, and the date you expect to arrive, you may come to Konoha's gates, but you will be detained at the guard station until an Umbu can escort you to my office so that you can conduct whatever business you will need to conduct with me before once again being escorted back to the gates and sent on your way, once more being prohibited entry without either an official summons from me or advance notice of your arrival. Should you be found approaching Konoha's gates or within Konoha's walls without having met the conditions of either of these exceptions, I will have no choice but to assume that you have come to either harm young Naruto or end his life, and I will have you executed on sight for charges of treason against Konohagakure no Sato and conspiracy to commit murder of the Namikaze clan heir. After your execution, your daughters will be brought back to Konohagakure no Sato to be placed in an orphanage while allowing them to be raised and trained to be shinobi of Konoha. Also, be forewarned, Uzumaki-san, any attempts by you to harm or murder Minato's son through indirect methods, such as assassination, will also result in your execution and the remanding of your daughters to Konoha's orphanage system. As is standard protocol, this executive order has been officially stamped with the seal of the Hokage and submitted to the daimyo for his records and perusal. Ordered by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage, Konohagakure no Sato. Kushina was stunned beyond belief at what she had just been sent. To think that the professor that was always so kind to her had written such cold-hearted words shocked her. What was worse, he had not only written this as a letter to inform her that she was no longer considered a friend to him, but also as an executive order from the Hokage that had to be obeyed or she would suffer legal, and perhaps corporal ramifications. He had even used her last name instead of her first name to address her in the letter. She knew that the grounds for which he stated her punishment being immediate execution were clearly plausible. By Juyochukra or no, the demon that fit Naruto's description was classified as a Jinchuriki under the letter of the law, and to top it off, he was also the legal heir to the Namikaze clan, and even she couldn't legally defend herself against charges of treason and conspiracy against a clan heir. Despite the righteousness of her feelings and the justice of her path, her hands were tied, and as much as she hated that demon wearing her son's skin, she loved her daughters that much more. She gritted her teeth in anguish, a few tears escaping her eyes before she was able to force them back down. She penned a response back, stating her intention to visit Konoha tomorrow to speak with him directly. Once completed, she informed the nearest maid that she had business in the capital, and asked her to tend to her daughters until her return. It was 3 hours later that she received an official acknowledgement from Hiruzen via messenger hawk stating that the gate guards would be expecting her arrival tomorrow and that she would be provided an escort to his office. She left for Konoha early the next morning, once more leaving her children in the care of the Uzumaki staff, taking to the trees to travel quickly and arriving in 3 hours. As told, she was detained at the gate to wait for an Umbu to escort her to the Hokage's office. It was a male, hawk-masked Umbu that arrived to escort her to the Hokage, taking her to him via Shunshin. Even the tone of his letter hadn't prepared her for the cold fury and near hatred that Hiruzen was now bearing down upon her. The meeting was quick, and the point driven home that she would receive no special favors of any kind from the Hokage due to feelings of past kinship. He had told her, in no uncertain terms, that while he couldn't officially declare her an enemy of Konoha, he now personally regarded her as one. She was escorted back to the gates and left the village very unsatisfied. A week later found Jiraiya at her door. Having been stricken from the Toad contract, he now had to manage his spy network directly by traveling and meeting with contacts himself. He had left Konoha to do this, and had informed Kushina that a visit to her and the girls would be a pleasant stop along the way. Of course, he needed to travel around the world and do his research, which he also informed her of without any shame, prompting her to pummel him into the ground. It was during this visit that he noticed Kushina wasn't herself. "Kushina, what's the matter? You haven't been acting like yourself since I got here," he expressed with concern. With a sigh, Kushina answered, "Sandaime-sama has forbidden me from returning to Konoha before it's time for the girls to become genin unless I'm either summoned by him or unless I have business there that I have to inform him of beforehand. She continued sadly, "He's basically ended our friendship and says that he now regards me as his enemy because of that demon." "I see," Jiraiya offered with a sigh of his own. "Well, that's not something I'm about to get involved in. I know how you both feel about the situation, so I'll just leave it alone." "Thank you, Jiraiya. I really appreciate that." Coincidentally, during the third day into Jiraiya's visit, Tsunade and Shizune also came by the Uzumaki estate. Sarutobi had informed Tsunade of Kushina's relocation for the time being, so she decided to stop in for a visit to her 3 godchildren. Kushina was about to speak up about Naruto not being her godson anymore, but Jiraiya stopped her with a firm grip on her shoulder and a stern glare while he shook his head in the negative slightly. "So I've seen the girls, but where's Naruto?" Tsunade asked happily. "Well, Tsunade," Jiraiya answered, "Sensei wanted the boy to remain in the village so that he could bond with it the same way his old man did. It was Minato's dying wish." While confused at such an explanation, Tsunade chose to accept it, such as it was, and didn't bring the matter up any further. All of them simply enjoyed spending time together and bonding with Kushina's red-headed toddlers, who surprised them all by taking their first steps in their presence. Another week had passed, and Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune all prepared to leave, Jiraiya to his business, and Tsunade and Shizune to theirs. Jiraiya had promised Kushina he would return by the girl's 5th birthday so that he could start training them with her. "Wait a minute, Jiraiya. What about Naruto's training?" Tsunade asked innocently, not noticing the darkening of Kushina's eyes, nor the icy frown on her face. "Don't worry about that boy," Jiraiya retorted with his usual bluster, "he's got the old man to look out for him and train him. He'll be alright, he won't need me." Tsunade, once again confused as the attitude Jiraiya was taking towards Naruto, which was so different from his attitude towards the girls, just nodded, but she narrowed her eyes in suspicion at him before taking Shizune and going on her way. Once she was out of sight, Jiraiya turned to Kushina, "All pretense gone, I only lied to her so that I could help you save face, Kushina. You do realize that Tsunade would cut any and all ties with you just like Sarutobi-sensei did if she were to learn the truth about your abandoning the boy, don't you? That demon isn't Naruto. He's the Kyuubi." She shouted at him in frustration. "Do you really think she'd buy that?" "I don't, and I can tell you for a fact that she won't, either. Now, I won't cover for you, again. Bear that in mind, Kushina." Kushina simply bristled in anger, but chose to say nothing. Jiraiya pulled his scroll onto his back and gave his goodbye, "I'll see you in 4 years." And with that, he walked out of the Uzumaki estate, departing the capital for places known only to him. Flashback end. 12 years since that last visit by Tsunade, and 8 years since Kushina had realized her gross mistakes and wrongs, and she still angrily asked herself how she could have not only been so stupid as to jump to the conclusion that Naruto was the Kyuubi without properly inspecting his seal first, but so evil-hearted as to not want to even entertain the hope that Naruto was still alive and well. What had come over her during all that time? To this day, she still found herself wanting for an answer. She only knew that there was no excuse for it. She continued to pack up the things she would be taking to Konoha with her, completely unaware that a certain Hokage was reflecting back on those turbulent days as well. Konoha Gakure no Sato. It won't be long, now, Hiruzen Sarutobi mused to himself morbidly, Kushina will be coming back here in a few months with her daughters once their training is completed to her and Jiraiya's satisfaction. What the hell am I supposed to tell Naruto about all of this? Hiruzen had made a good many mistakes and questionable judgment calls regarding Naruto, judgment calls and mistakes over what to tell him, what not to tell him, how to handle the knowledge that he'd been keeping from Naruto for all of these years, all for his own safety and to keep him as stable as he possibly could, given the poor boy's circumstances. Thinking of Kushina made him think back to that day he gave Jiraiya the photo of baby Naruto with his seal exposed, the day which would mark the beginning of his own mistakes regarding the boy and his mother. Flashback. Hiruzen was in his office going through the usual paperwork he dealt with. It was a month before Naruto's 5th birthday, and he was still working to fit in time to celebrate it with him. His train of thought was interrupted as Jiraiya came in through the window. Sarutobi quickly looked at him and nodded, not even cracking so much as a smile. He could tell that Jiraiya was perplexed. After all, he usually smiled at seeing his former student but just couldn't bring himself to do so after his last disappointing encounter with him on the night of Naruto's birth. Of course, he knew that Jiraiya would also likely attribute it to the pressure he must be under with the work of the village. But the truth was that Hiruzen had lost almost all respect for his student and eventually came to realize that, while he had trained 3 great shinobi, they were lousy people. Of the 3 of them, Jiraiya was the only one that had continued to give Hiruzen any hope, and that hope was dashed on the night of his successor's children's births. Now, he regarded all three of them as nothing more than failures and disappointments. "Hey old man, how's it going?" Jiraiya asked jovially. "I'm doing fine, Jiraiya," he responded in a near monotone, and asked, "How are you?" Without even bothering to look up from his paperwork, not noticing Jiraiya's grin. "I'm doing great. My research is coming along well and I'm excited to train the twins after their birthday when I return to Kushina. Unfortunately, I won't make it back to the party in time and I'll miss all those beautiful noble women," he whined, to which Hiruzen sighed and just shook his head in resignation. Jiraiya hadn't changed at all over the years. "Hey, how's the kid, what was his name?" he asked with a finger on his chin. Hiruzen stopped moving his calligraphy brush at this. With an annoyed and disappointed grimace, he slowly looked up at Jiraiya and responded in quiet disbelief, "Seriously, Jiraiya? What was his name? Do you seriously mean to tell me that your late student's family means so little to you that you can't even remember the name of your own godson?" "Huh?" Jiraiya responded cluelessly before retorting with indignation, "What do you mean? I do care for Minato's family. I've always made sure to keep tabs on Mito and Narumi." "Really, now? And if they didn't tie into your almighty prophecy, would you still care as much?" Jiraiya frowned darkly and asked in a low tone, "And just what is that supposed to mean, sensei?" Unfazed, Hiruzen proceeded to rebuke his student, "Jiraiya, your late student's family means far less to you than this prophecy does, which has given you an overwhelmingly overinflated sense of self-importance. The only reason you even remember Mito and Narumi's names is because you are convinced that they're the children of this prophecy, and I only know that because training them and their relation to the prophecy is all you ever talk about." Hiruzen then added sarcastically, "Minato must be looking towards you from the afterlife with such pride, especially with how much you care for his son. What was his name?" Jiraiya's dark frown left his face after that, replaced with a frown of utter shame. Before he could say anything else, Hiruzen spoke up, "But to answer your question, Naruto is doing fine, although he's a very lonely boy. He hasn't been able to make any friends at all because the adults in the village keep their children away from him." "Oh, well, I'm glad to hear he's okay. And I suppose he'll make friends in time," Jiraiya offered, though his shame and a sense of doubt could be heard in his tone. "He takes after his father," Hiruzen told him, bringing Jiraiya's gaze right to his with a saddened expression. "He's the spitting image of him, and not just in his looks. He's also inherited Minato's genius-level intellect as well. In fact, I would dare say he's an even greater genius than Minato was. If I could do so, I'd take him as a student of my own." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed in resignation. "God knows it would be nice to have a student that didn't end up as a failure and an utter disappointment as a human being like the three of you did." Jiraiya's sadness became laced with hurt at Hiruzen's claim. He'd seen that look on his sensei's face before, though. Hiruzen had all but given up on his former students. Jiraiya began to look around the room looking for something to latch his sight and thoughts onto. He saw a picture of Naruto when he was a baby in Hiruzen's arms on his desk and picked it up. Naruto was in his diapers and the seal on his stomach was clearly visible. Jiraiya, now intrigued, narrowed his eyes and began to do a visual inspection of the seal in the photograph. The complexity of the seal was far beyond anything he had ever seen. Minato had outdone even the greatest of the Uzumaki seal masters by combining two such strong seals along with several minor ones perfectly, and had synchronized them to perfection. In his last moments, Minato Namikaze had indeed created his masterpiece. "Hey old man, I am taking this picture. I'd like to study the seal on Naruto. Do you mind?" he asked and Hiruzen nodded. "Take it. I have copies. I'll put another one here," he said. Jiraiya nodded and left through the window, not even saying goodbye. Hiruzen closed his eyes and sighed once more. Only one word seemed to fit for all of the people once connected to Minato Namikaze: disappointment. And these twilight years of his life seemed to be filled with nothing but disappointment, with Naruto being the only bright spot in it. Flashback end. As much as Hiruzen hated paperwork, he was actually finding it a welcome distraction to the impending dilemma that would blow up in his face if he didn't take steps to start resolving it. Fire Capital. Kushina had finished packing her bedroom, and was now sealing up her kitchen goods. Her cast iron skillet was still as beautiful and black as the day she had first acquired it. She'd taken very good care of it and used it to cook countless meals for herself and her girls. But with that thought, she began to think of all the meals she had never cooked for her son. It was when she was preparing this particular pan for use that the horrible truth had been made known to her. Flashback. It had been a month since Kushina had thrown the twins' 5th birthday party and she had started training them. She had been trying to teach them how to unlock their chakra, and even with her guidance, the twins had just succeeded this morning. That had to be some kind of record. She was currently starting to cook dinner, having just turned on the stove, heating up her cast iron skillet so she could make a stir-fry. It was as she was doing this that she heard Jiraiya barge in through the front door and bellow a greeting. Kushina turned off the stove and ran out of the kitchen to greet him, smiling as she saw him for the first time in almost 4 years. She tackled him in a hug as he also threw his arms around her and spun her around in a couple of circles. "Oh, wow, it's good to be back here," Jiraiya exclaimed. "I'm glad you're here now, Jiraiya," Kushina offered. "I'm just getting dinner ready, and I'm sure you're hungry." "You have no idea." Kushina called in Mito and Narumi, introducing them to their grandpa Jiraiya. Both of them managed to find a place in his heart quite easily as he got on the floor with them and played with them until dinner was ready. The meal was pleasant, with Jiraiya getting to know the two excitable little red-headed rascals. It was shortly after the meal was over that Kushina declared the girls' bedtime. Both of them groaned but complied, knowing better than to argue with their scary mother. Once they were in bed and asleep, Kushina began talking to Jiraiya, who was smiling fondly over his time with the girls. "Once again, I've had one hell of a time trying to teach the girls. They're both a bit slow, definitely more physical than cerebral, if you get my drift." Jiraiya's smile quickly faded upon hearing this, replaced by a melancholy frown as though he'd been reminded of something painful. "What's the matter?" Kushina asked him, concerned. "Hey Kushina, I need you to take a look at something," he answered before pulling a couple of pictures out of his pocket and handing her one of them. Kushina examined the picture she was given. It was a blown-up image of a very complex seal. She looked at it critically, not understanding what he wanted her to do. "Study that seal carefully, Kushina," Jiraiya instructed, "and tell me what you see." She did as she was asked, studying the seal very carefully. It took her almost half an hour to determine the full capabilities of this seal. She even had to pull out some paper and a pen so that she could take some notes to keep from missing some of the functions. It wasn't just a seal, it was a magnificent work of art. Even the seals on the girls' stomachs didn't compare to what she was looking at. It was far beyond anything she was capable of. She would dare say that no Uzumaki had ever made a seal so complex or so perfect. She had seen the Uzumaki clan's works on seals, and none of them described anything that was as complex as the seal in Jiraiya's picture. It's amazing the way the seals in this array are all synchronized, even with the two high-powered base seals. This could seal off anything the seal master wanted and it would work perfectly. "I don't think I could even begin to replicate this," she exclaimed excitedly. "What would you imagine the limits of that seal being?" Jiraiya asked. "I don't think it has any," Kushina exclaimed, looking at it. "I'd imagine it could seal all 9 of the Baijuyu into one host and still have enough power for more." "So then, this is a seal you would trust without a doubt." "I would trust this seal with my life. If..." Kushina's voice saddened, breaking slightly. "If only this seal had been used with Naruto, I'd still have my son." "Kushina," Jiraiya began sadly, letting out a heavy sigh before handing her the second picture and telling her, "That is Naruto's seal." Her eyes went wide in dumbfounded, fear-filled shock. What did you just say?" "This seal was Minato's last work, his masterpiece," Jiraiya explained, pointing to the second picture, a picture of Naruto as a baby with his seal exposed, with Hiruzen cooing at him while he appeared to be giggling happily. He put it on Naruto to seal the soul and body of the Kyuubi completely, making sure it had no chance of ever taking over his own son. "I was surprised myself when I saw this picture in Sensei's office, but Minato really outdid himself with this one. Hell, he outdid every seal master I've ever heard of when he made this." She stood up in horror and took a step back only to collapse a moment later, her legs refusing to hold her up. Her eyes began to well with tears of horror, anguish, and torturous remorse. How could she not have seen the complexity of the seal that night she had checked the triplets? She remembered back to the night of their birth, the ripping of the Baijuyo from her body, and the emotional distress of Minato, knowing that he was taking his dying breaths. She hadn't even bothered to study the seals at length until she'd made it here. She didn't notice the intricacies of the seals at first glance, she had just stabilized them with her chakra as quickly as possible. No. She whispered out in utter horror, her tears beginning to fall. 5 years. 5 years where she could have had her son with her there. 5 years of precious moments and memories, thrown away. No. She whispered out again, putting her hands to her mouth. She'd never remember seeing his first steps. No, she groaned out. She'd never remember hearing his first words. No. She began to raise her voice as sobs began forcing their way up from her throat. 5 years of missed birthdays, missed presents, missed chances to tuck him into bed and kiss him good night. She didn't even have a clue as to how he was living, or if he was healthy and happy, or if anyone was taking care of him. No! She yelled with her eyes clenched shut, her voice completely broken as her sobs gave way to bawling. She clutched the picture of Naruto to her chest as she did this, hanging her head and almost collapsing to the floor if not for Jiraiya moving fast enough to catch her and hold her to himself while she wept uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, Kushina," he offered. He simply didn't have the heart to remind her that he and Sarutobi had told her of what she was just now acknowledging, that Naruto was in fact her son, that he was alive and well, and that he'd never been possessed by the Kyuubi at any point in his brief life. "Oh my god, what have I done?" she wailed, "My baby, my Naru-chan. I left him alone, I abandoned him. She cried even louder, "I even threatened to kill him. What have I done?" Her cries became so forceful that she lost the ability to form words. Her wails and bawls were such that her body heaved up and down with each sob that forced its way out. This went on for almost half an hour before Kushina had cried herself hoarse. Jiraiya marveled at the fact that the girls had remained in their room fast asleep. Kushina must have placed silencing seals in the rooms so that their rest wouldn't be disturbed from any errant noises around the house. "Oh God!" she whispered with renewed horror, "What would Minato think of me if he could see me now? What would he say to me?" "Kushina, Minato already knew this would happen," Jiraiya explained. "Sensei told me that Minato saw how you looked at Naruto and he took steps in case what he feared to be the worst happened." "And?" Kushina sniffled, "It did. I did the worst thing imaginable. I abandoned his son, my son." In a sudden burst of determination, she wiped away her tears and stood up, moving towards her door as Jiraiya watched on in confusion. "Where are you going, Kushina?" he asked. Without stopping, she answered, "I need to send a message to Konoha by messenger hawk. I'm going to tell Sandaime-sama to expect me tomorrow morning." "You're gonna what?" "I'm bringing my baby boy home." She fired back, opening and closing the front door as she left through it. She was back a few minutes later, and Jiraiya had just waited for her return in the living room. "Kushina, are you sure you know what you're doing?" Jiraiya asked warningly. "It doesn't matter if I do or not, I'm bringing my Naru-chan home. I'm going to apologize for not being there and I'm going to do whatever it takes to make it up to him. I won't let him stay alone anymore. As soon as I get the message, I'm leaving for Konoha." Both of them stayed up throughout the night. It was a couple of hours before dawn that a messenger hawk delivered a response from Sarutobi, stating the usual conditions. Kushina stood up and prepared to leave the house once more. "I'm heading out, Jiraiya. Take care of Narumi and Mito for me. I'll be back as soon as I can." She left the house before he could say anything more, speeding her way to Konoha as fast as her legs and the treetops allowed. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon as Kushina arrived at Konoha's gates. They looked a fair sight better than they had when she came 4 years ago, and even the damage caused by the Kyuubi that night was completely repaired without any trace of it ever having been there. She checked in with the gate guards, who had indeed been expecting her arrival, though not quite so early, and waited there for her escort to the Hokage's office. She only waited a few minutes, surprised that Sarutobi was awake and at work this early. It had just passed 6 o'clock, and the village as a whole was still asleep. The took her shoulder, and without another used Shunshin to get himself and her to Hokage Tower. Hokage-sama, escorting Kushina-sama to your office as ordered, he said. With a nod of acknowledgement from Hiruzen, the vanished. Hiruzen's eyes hardened as they focused on Kushina. He asked coldly, what business brings you here, Uzumaki-san? Hokage-sama, Kushina greeted him formally with a humble bow, surprising the man. I have realized how badly I messed up when I abandoned my baby boy all those years ago. I'm asking. She got to her knees and bent her hands and head to the floor. No, sir, I'm begging you, please let me see my Naruto-chan so I can bring him home. A growl from Sarutobi's throat caused Kushina to lift her head. Despite the tears that were beginning to fall down Kushina's face, the Hokage's eyes remained steadfast in their iciness. After what you pulled, both that night and the year afterwards, you expect me to suddenly believe you've seen the light and now want to make up for your mistakes. I understand your doubts, Hokage-sama. I don't blame you for having them. But Jiraiya showed me the seal Minato put on Naruto, he made me study it in depth, and I could see that there's no chance of the demon taking over. Please, Hokage-sama, let me bring him home, or at least let me bring my daughters back here so that we can live together in the village with him. No, Uzumaki-san. I can't do that. More to the point, I won't do that, he said. She flinched at his tone then became desperate. Please give me back my son, I'm begging you. Please, Hiruzen. He glared at her when she used his name, but she didn't stop. I need him just as much as he needs me. Please, I'm begging on my knees here. Believe me when I say I love my son, she said in tears. He sighed, rubbing his temples as his will wavered. Even if I do believe you, Uzumaki-san, it's not that simple. He has experienced some rather traumatic incidents in his life recently, and I can't in good conscience burden him with the truth of your abandonment. It could break him completely in the condition he's in right now. No, Uzumaki-san, I won't let you anywhere near him, for his own safety. I pleaded to you before you left and again for a year in letters that he needs his mother, but you refused to hear of it. Why should your pleas move me now? The truth is that I'm not sure if I even want to let him know you exist before it's time for me to reveal his heritage to him and fulfill my promise to Minato, he said, and she looked at him, her tears falling even harder now. What do you mean by traumatic incidents? Tell me. What happened to my son? She asked and his eyes hardened. What happened to him is the direct result of your abandonment of him and leaving him here. Now, I've heard and said enough. This conversation is over. Leave, Uzumaki-san, our business is concluded. Torii, Nico, he said as she tried to plead more, but he released the privacy seals and flared his chakra as two came in the room kneeling. Escort Uzumaki-san to the gates and send her on her way, he ordered the two. Before he or the could act, however, Kushina stood on her feet, planted herself into the floor using 4 chakra chains with several more flailing through the air around her defensively, and flooded the room with extraordinarily powerful killing intent, causing the to retch and even making the Hokage sweat a bit. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I will not be dismissed so easily and casually. If you want to send me to Ibiki Marino when we're done here, then I'll go with resisting, but I'm not leaving or moving from this spot until you've given me the time I deserve for making this trip. Do you understand me? Kushina shrieked out at him at the top of her lungs through tears of anguish and frustration, shocking him with her furious determination. Hiruzen used some of his own killing intent to match the pressure Kushina was exerting with hers. He stood to his feet and glared at her with determination that was just as unyielding as hers. Studying her, and seeing that nothing he could say or do would persuade her to leave without either giving her what she wanted or putting up a fight that wasn't worth engaging in over a matter of his time, he gave a resigned sigh. Torii, Nico, he addressed his agents, stand down and return to your posts. Sir, are you sure? Torii asked his commander in an even tone, though his doubts as to his cage's safety could be heard in his question. I promise you that I will not attack him and I don't mean him any harm, Kushina tried to assure the two in the room, her tears beginning to lessen. I'm sure, Torii, Sarutobi answered the question, you may stand down. Both Torii and Nico nodded, saluted their Hokage, and vanished from sight. Sarutobi returned to his seat as well and clasped his hands together in front of him. You may also stand down, Kushina, she sniffled as he used her first name for the first time in 4 years. I will hear you out, but surely you must know that I cannot allow you to have custody of Naruto. Kushina grit her teeth together in anguish, her tears beginning to renew themselves. She allowed her chakra chains to dissolve and recede back into her body. She once again fell to her knees and bowed her head and hands to the floor. Please, Hiruzen, Kushina pleaded, tell me what to do. I know you don't trust me and you think I'm an evil monster, and you're more than justified to feel that way considering all I've done. But tell me what I can do to earn back your trust. Tell me what I can do to show you that I've changed, that I truly do understand my sins and atrocities and that I want to atone for them and redeem myself. Please. Her last plea was yelled out as her voice broke through her sobs once again. Tell me what I have to do to get my son back so that he doesn't have to suffer anymore. Despite the anger and animosity Hiruzen felt towards the woman who was currently kneeling prostrate before him now, he could deny that she was genuine and sincere in the desires she expressed. Could he maybe give her a test of sorts? Could he not give her the benefit of the doubt right now? But at the same, could he afford to? And how would this affect poor Naruto? Kushina, please lift your head, Hiruzen requested in a conciliatory tone. When she had done so, he gestured with his hand, palm face up, to get off her knees and stand before him. When she rose to her full height, Hiruzen began, Kushina, you're putting me in a very difficult position, here. She nodded to show she understood as he continued, one that doesn't have a simple, easy answer. I'm sorry, but I can do and tell you nothing more that concerns Naruto. That's unacceptable. Kushina interrupted him, I won't leave this spot until I at least have more than I came here with. If you want me gone, you have to give me something. And why should I give you anything at all, Uzumaki-san? Hiruzen demanded testily. I get that you can't allow me to take Naruto, and I know and understand why. But can I meet him, at least, even if I don't reveal myself to him as his mother? Can I try to start building something, anything, with him at all, even if it's only from a distance? Please, Hiruzen, give me a little hope, here. Kushina said with tears streaming down her face. Sighing, Hiruzen said, let's just say he has had 2 attempts on his life from within the village and the fact that he fought of an enemy Jonin who was about to kidnap the Uchiha and Hyuga Arases. During the fight he activated his chakra chains and managed to knock the Jonin out. Later on, purely by coincidence, he learned the fact that you were his mother and about everything that happened on the day of the Kyuubi attack. Reaching to this point he stopped speaking in favor of having a breather. Kushina, as she heard Hiruzen speak, felt her heart sinking and she waited a while before asking, how did he react? Pretty much as you'd expect him to. The look of pure betrayal in his eyes still haunts me. I gave him Minato's letters in which he explained the reasons he did what he did. Naruto calmed down a lot after that and then for the very first time in his life smiled a genuine smile, before he promised to me that he'd make his old man proud by becoming Hokage himself. He idolizes his father more than anything. Now what I am going to say may hurt you. I asked him what he would do if you ever came apologizing. He simply said that he didn't care any more about what others do. He said he'd respect as a senior shinobi but nothing more than that. I am sorry, said Hiruzen. Hearing that, Kushina felt her heart break even more. A whole new wave of self-loathing and disappointment hit her. She had lost her son. After a few minutes she slowly whispered, can you tell me about him? Let's just say he is a sad boy with no friends. He tries his hardest to see the best in people. He is a natural-born censor, and not to mention that he is a literal carbon copy of Minato. Not just in terms of looks but also in terms of genius. Can you imagine that he learned how to read at 2 and by 4 he was already reading chakra theory and was practicing control using theory in books. Also he seems to take both nin and funjutsu like a sponge. If I am not mistaken he should already be halfway through level 1. That's all you need to know, said Hiruzen. I understand. Can I at least send him gifts and letters? Kushina asked as her voice cracked. No. That would create more problems for the future. Though I would like to ask to give us your notes on the chains. He needs to train them as well, said Hiruzen, to which Kushina readily nodded. Can I see him? Kushina asked in a very short voice. Only from afar, said Hiruzen as he took out his lacrima and both of them watched as Naruto cooked and then went to sleep. After a few minutes Kushina looked at Hiruzen with tears streaming down once again and said, please Hiruzen, tell me, is there any way for me to get my baby back? I know I haven't been the best mother, but I really want to make amends. Only time will tell. Now I think you should return to the capital. It won't be long before your daughters notice your absence," said Hiruzen as Kushina nodded and left with Anumbu. Kushina sped back home, wishing she could have brought Naruto with her, but grateful for what concessions Hiruzen had made to her. The old man did as he had promised, allowing Kushina her first glimpse of her near 6-year-old son, and as it should have been on the night he was born, she immediately fell in love. Just seeing him and watching him as he read, studied, and cooked for himself brought her to tears once more. How she longed to go down into that apartment and sweep him up into her arms. How she yearned to hug him and kiss him all over his face, telling him how truly sorry she was and how much she loved him. How she ached to bring him home with her and surround him with the love of his family. It was not to be, as Hiruzen brought her back down to reality by ending her time in Konoha and personally escorting her to the gates to see her off. She had returned to the fire capital by late afternoon, and had now entered the Uzumaki estate. As soon as she entered, Jiraiya came up to greet her, but saw a tear-stained face, and no little boy in hand, though she had a sad yet hopeful smile. He could see that while she hadn't gotten what she wanted, she'd been able to walk away with Hiruzen having given her something. She washed her face, put on a smile for her girls whom Jiraiya had brought to greet their mother and welcome her home, and began to cook dinner for her family, thankful for her loved ones, but wishing she could be cooking for her son as well. Jiraiya knew better than to press the issue, and the girls were just as clueless as they ever were, something she found herself to be quite thankful for at the moment. It was the next morning, before the girls were to be woken up for breakfast, that Jiraiya come to Kushina and asked about her meeting with the Hokage. She explained everything that took place to him, about Hiruzen's refusal to allow her near Naruto, about the attempt on Naruto's life, which caused Jiraiya to flinch, though the things Hiruzen asked her to keep to herself, she did. She also told him about laying eyes on him for the first time since his birth, and what she was going to do for Naruto from that day forward. When she was done, Jiraiya asked her, "Kushina, when are you going to tell the girls about him? And what exactly are you going to tell them?" "I'll tell them when I think they're ready," she answered plainly, "and I'll tell them everything. I won't leave anything out." "Are you sure that's wise?" Jiraiya asked warily. "I mean, you don't know how they'll respond to what you have to confess to them. They deserve to know. How they'll react to me isn't what's important. But I have faith in them to take it all in stride." "Well, okay then. If that's what you want to do, I won't stop you when the time comes. Just be careful, okay?" She smiled sadly at him and nodded. Before she prepared breakfast. Flashback end. Kushina continued packing the kitchen as she reminisced over her time spent there, time where she missed Naruto's childhood, but smiling at the things she had learned of him through Hiruzen's continued correspondence. She thought about her frustration with the girls' training over the years, and she couldn't help but compare it to the sheer euphoria of learning about the things she could teach to Naruto when she got the chance. Sadly, the joy she felt at the idea of teaching Naruto was sometimes tainted by news of Naruto being attacked once again, especially on his 6th birthday. Flashback. Fire Capital. Jiraiya and Kushina had been training the twins for a year now, and it became more and more apparent that they took more after their mother than their father, something that now both scared Kushina and made her feel ashamed. She began to fear that they would react to Naruto the same way she had, just following their impulses and not taking the time to really think things through. Her fear was compounded by the fact that neither of the girls was as intelligent as she was, and they were also a good bit more impulsive. She had tried to teach them about battle strategies and deceptions in the shinobi world, but they lacked the attention span to learn such subtleties. They were both headstrong, beat em up first and ask questions later, types like she used to be. They had also inherited her fiery temper and brash personality, along with the dense chakra that she had. But while their chakra was quite dense, their chakra control was beyond abysmal, a dilemma she couldn't understand. It wasn't surprising for Jinchuriki to have poor chakra control due to their reserves, but their control was almost negligible, and nothing that Jiraiya and Kushina tried could seem to improve their control. In addition to their dense chakra, the mixing of the Kyuubi's yin and yang chakra respectively into their coils brought problems of their own. The control needed to keep the demonic chakra from bursting forth unrestrained wasn't there due to the absence of the 1,000-year-old soul that was sealed within their brother, which was needed to filter and regulate such potent, dangerous chakra that did not belong to them. Kushina and Jiraiya had tried to teach them any chakra control exercise they knew, even the ones that they thought were more advanced than those their age should be practicing. The leaf exercise, surface sticking, water walking, nothing worked, and all that their efforts showed were leaves ripped to shreds, potholes on walls and trees, and a lot of waterlogged clothes. The girls had no apparent concept of the word restraint, and their short tempers didn't help them, either. Needless to say, Kushina knew it was going to be a long and tedious path to get them to master even the basics. She and Jiraiya began to take a different approach, and started training them in her clan's style of taijutsu, the Uzumaki's swirling fist, which relied on the weakening of an opponent first through the use of seals or other long-ranged attacks, such as water-style ninjutsu or her adamantine chains, and then going in for the kill. It was based on strength and force, designed to take down an opponent by going on the offensive and landing fierce strikes. The downside was that the swirling fist had almost nothing in the way of defensive techniques, which was the style's greatest weakness. For most Uzumaki, however, this weakness was negligible, as their skill in sealing is what provided the defense that they needed. And therein lay another crucial problem. She had tried to teach the girls sealing, but it just didn't take. Neither of them had the patience needed to learn the subtleties of the complex art, nor to develop the necessary skill in calligraphy. What was worse was that neither of them had inherited the Uzumaki clan's natural talent for the art. They didn't care, it wasn't flashy enough for their tastes, something that once again saddened Kushina to no end. She had tried to convince them how powerful seals were and had showed them some, but the only ones they were interested in were exploding tags and storage seals, and even these were difficult for them to follow or understand. Kushina spent the day where she realized they wouldn't progress beyond those two basics in virtual mourning. Jiraiya had started to teach them basic ninjutsu and was their personal taijutsu sparring partner. He himself had no particular taijutsu style, being a bit of a brawler himself, except for the frog kumite taught to him by the toads, which was now useless to him due to his eviction from the Toad clan and his loss of sage mode. He had taken bits and pieces from many of the styles Hiruzen tried to teach him in his younger days and crammed them all together in a style that worked for him. The only advantage he had was that he was very unpredictable, though any taijutsu master would likely tear him to shreds, and a user who had experience fighting his style would give him a very hard time. Kushina had not given up on reaching out to Naruto through Hiruzen, sending letters to Hiruzen on an almost weekly basis, asking for any news on Naruto he was willing to impart upon her, whilst occasionally asking him to reconsider allowing her to meet Naruto and bring him home. His answer was always no, but the more often they corresponded, the more cordial Hiruzen's letters became, and the more hopeful she felt. She had learned that almost all of the clans of Konoha had attacked Naruto at one point or another, only the Uchiha had not. She would have to express her gratitude to the Uchiha clan properly when she returned to Konoha. The other clans. She would be paying their leaders personal visits, and she would be out for blood. The rest of the letter was of a much more positive nature. Naruto had encountered seals recently, and was completely and utterly fascinated by them. Already, he was practicing calligraphy, and he could even make working explosive tags and storage seals. And he was only 6 years old. He had inherited both hers and Minato's talents for sealing. Oh, how she couldn't stand waiting to be able to teach him everything she knew. She was also told of his first week at the academy. It was rough for him, as most of the children there had been told by their parents that he was a worthless clanless loser who had been abandoned by both his parents. This made her very, very angry, and she resolved to pay a few parents of Naruto's classmates several personal visits once she was back in Konoha. She was sure that she could get a list of Naruto's old classmates after he graduated. And if any of those parents were the same clan's folk that she would be visiting already, then they wouldn't escape her with their lives. She however was glad when she learned of the friends he made. It made sure that he wouldn't be alone and had several people standing up for him. Flashback end. As Kushina was preparing for summoning the slug that would take them to Konoha, she began to reflect on how the girls had progressed in their training over the years. The basics had to be drilled into them constantly, as they were both rather slow learners. She was not surprised, however, when she saw their affinity towards chakra-intensive ninjutsu, both of them having a decent number of techniques in their repertoire. They were both highly proficient in the fundamental techniques of the swirling fist, but the advanced katas were still beyond their current abilities. True mastery of the style is something they would never have due to their lack of desire and ability to learn the sealing arts, but Kushina would at least make sure that they could use the style to a sufficient degree of proficiency to be able to take on any non-Uzumaki adversary. Her thoughts took a tangent back to Naruto for a brief moment. She looked forward to teaching him the swirling fist, as unlike the girls, Naruto could attain full mastery of it if his skills in sealing were to be believed. She could only hope that maybe seeing Naruto master the style to a degree that they could not might impress upon the girls that sealing is a skill worth taking the time to learn, as a true master of the swirling fist could stand toe-to-toe with any ninjutsu user without using any ninjutsu of their own. The swirling fist was indeed that fearsome when used the way it was intended. Kushina grew nervous about returning to Konoha and introducing Naruto to his family. The girls had known about their brother since they were 7 years old, and thankfully they forgave their mother once she had admitted everything. Both of them had cried over the fact that they never knew their brother, but they believed Kushina when she told them she was doing literally everything she could in order to bring Naruto home to be with them. Every single picture that was sent by Hiruzen, she would show the girls and Jiraiya. While Jiraiya never seemed too impressed with him, the girls couldn't help but gush over their brother as though he was the greatest boy ever born. Narumi even had Kushina make copies of his most recent pictures for her. Kushina smiled and giggled as she thought about the crush that Narumi had developed on her brother in the last couple of years when she would catch her fawning over those pictures and blushing when she didn't think her mother was looking. She didn't doubt their love for their brother, but what concerned her was their pride bordering on arrogance due to having everything handed to them freely. She knew that Naruto knew no such privilege, and should the girls say the wrong thing to him, it could have disastrous consequences, and possibly destroy their chances of building any kind of family connection with their brother. Naruto had suffered, he had suffered beyond what any human being should ever have to suffer, and certainly more than anyone else ever had the right to inflict upon him. All the girls had ever really suffered as children was a bit of bullying at the park. They were 7 years old. Kushina had brought the girls to the park, as she would typically do to reward them after a long week of training. After she left their sight for a little while, some older children of relatives of the daimyo had cornered them in a secluded part of the park, backing them up against the trees as all of them laughed at their terrified expressions. They started to belittle them, saying they weren't princesses, and that their hair made them look like tomatoes. One of them started pulling on Narumi's hair, causing her to cry out and whimper in fear and pain. Mito stood up for her, but was trembling in fear, unable to get them to stop. When their mother came for them, all the boys ran off. Kushina held her girls to her as they cried into her chest. Suddenly Narumi lamented that other than her and Mito, she had no one to protect her if they weren't there, causing her to cry harder. But then Kushina told them that they had their brother to rely on back in the village and that he was really strong. Narumi had stopped crying and smiled as she imagined her big brother saving her and gently leading her back home. Mito wasn't sure if her brother would ever risk his life for them and promised herself that she would get stronger to protect herself and Narumi if something like that ever happened. She too wished that her brother would save her, but wanted to be strong enough not to rely on anyone, and Narumi promised Kushina that she would get stronger for protecting herself and show her brother that she too was strong. Mito's strength and skill were higher than Narumi's and they were the strongest in the capital their age, which again had caused Mito to become quite arrogant, and Narumi only less so, though she still retained her bubbly personality unlike Mito, who thought herself above everyone. Kushina could only hope that the girls would learn humility soon enough, and that it wouldn't have to be a painful lesson as it was often wont to be. She let her thoughts drift off as she laid down to sleep. Tomorrow would be a big day, and she couldn't see any ending that wouldn't be difficult or painful, so they would all need all the energy they could get. They were no inside the slug which was moving at high speeds. Jiraiya going on ahead to report in and prepare Hiruzen for their arrival. When they were a few miles out, Kushina and the girls stepped out from the slug and took to the road, moving at a more casual pace. "So, Kaa-chan," Narumi asked with a blush on her face, "what do you think Naruto and I-chan will be like? Do you think he'll like me?" Kushina giggled at Narumi's implied question, though she answered it fairly, "Narumi-chan, I think Naru-chan is going to love a bubbly and pretty little sister like you." "You too, Mito-chan." Her face and voice became somber as she continued, "It's how he'll react to me that I'm worried about." Mito tried to encourage her mother with a determined grin, "Don't worry, Kaa-chan. Naruto and I is bound to forgive you with how much you love him now. And if he doesn't, then I'll beat him black and blue until he does. Kushina suddenly turned on Mito in anger, her hair rising and flailing like 9 tails of fury. You'll do no such thing, do you understand me? Both Mito and Narumi were quite taken aback at this. Rarely had their mother been angry with them, and never had it been to this degree. Kushina explained herself, girls, listen to me. Naruto has been through a lot in his life. He has suffered things that the two of you couldn't even begin to understand, and he has suffered them all his life. He hasn't been treated well by the village at all, which is actually why I've been fighting so hard to bring him home over the years. I don't expect him to welcome us warmly at all. In fact, I'm preparing myself for the worst, and if he does end up blowing up or even attacking me, I will not retaliate or respond in a negative manner. And neither will the two of you, understand? Mito, don't you even joke about something like that ever again. Both of the girls just looked back and forth between their mother and each other, not knowing what to say. The rest of their trip was made in silence, the mood somber and oppressive. Kushina's fears as they approached Konoha's gates only became more pronounced, even to the point where the girls seemed to catch them as well, lumps rising in both of their throats as they became nervous about what might happen upon meeting their brother in a couple of hours. Chapter 14, Finally Genin. Soon the wait was over and Irika entered the room along with Mizuki. After silencing the class, Irika said, we will be having 2 more students joining us for the test today. Before any one of you complains about unfairness, they were trained outside the village and have returned to take part in the exams. His announcement caused mixed reactions, groans from the heirs, and looks of curiosity from the civilians. Naruto though kept an impassive face on. Irika motioned towards the door and 2 red-headed girls with cute round faces entered the room and respectively said, hello, my name is Mito/Narumi Uzumaki, pleased to meet you. Silence followed in the room. Naruto, however, being the genius he is, connected the dots and understood that they were his sisters. He then remembered what his father had asked him to and vowed that he would protect. Soon, however, the whole class burst out laughing and Kiba shouted, ha 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 ha, who would have thought that our new classmates would be a pair of tomatoes. Mito looked indignant at the comparison, whereas Narumi looked downcast. However, all laughing ceased to be when the room was filled with a very potent killing intent. Everyone, including the teachers and the new girls, were finding it hard to breathe. After a moment, Naruto spoke, his voice eerily calm. If you are done making a fool out of yourself, I would advise you to stop harassing our new classmates. Or else, said Naruto, emphasizing on else with a fresh burst of even greater killing intent, making all of his classmates gulp in fear before nodding. Naruto then stopped emitting his ki and gave Narumi and Mito a warm smile before saying, welcome to Konoha, I hope to get along with you as well. Both girls dumbly nodded and moved to sit on the seats behind Naruto, both of them having different sets of thoughts. Naruto-Nisan is so cool. We are only able to produce that much ki in our tailed states, thought Narumi. He stood up for us, even though he could have hated us. I hope he forgives us after we talk, thought Mito. Thank you for that, Naruto. So class, let's begin our final exams. I hope all of you pass, said Irika as he and Mizuki starts distributing the question paper. Upon looking at his paper, Naruto sighed and thought, as I expected. They'd give me questions that even some elite Chiyunins would be hard-pressed to answer them. Oh well, let's see what I can do. I am only aiming for the middle seat. After an hour, Irika stopped the test and collected the papers before sending them for marking. He then motioned the class to follow him for their target practice. They were to throw 10 shurikens and 10 kunao to practice dummies. The passing marks were 4/10 for shurikens and 6/10 for kunao. Naruto though decided that he would go all out for this test. There was no way he was going to underplay his shuriken jutsu. It was then that Irika started calling out names. Most of the civilian kids failed except for a pink-haired girl, Sakura Harino. The remainder of the heirs, including those from Naruto's group, were a different story. Kiba, Sayuri, Hinata all got 9/10 in both kunao and shurikens, and all 3 wore smug faces. Mito and Narumi both had scored 8/10 in both of the categories. Izan had 7/10 in shurikens and 8/10 in kunao. Yakumo and Shino both had the same. The lowest among the heirs were Ino Shikamaru and Koji, who had gotten barely enough to pass. Naruto Uzumaki. Called Iruka. As Naruto made his way to the positioning line, Sayuri smirked and said, "Try beating our score, dobe." Naruto paid her no mind, which caused her to frown and then return to her brooding. She had started brooding ever since Shisui Uchiha had murdered his whole clan, leaving only Itachi, who later killed him, Mikoto, and Sayuri. She was brooding because she was the one who wanted to kill Shisui and now had made it her life's goal to beat her brother and become clan head. Standing on the line, Naruto looked at Iruka and said, "Sensei, I will be throwing both my shuriken and kunao together. Also, I will be using one of each for all 10 targets." Everyone's eyes widened at the claim, but no one voiced the surprise because the previous pulse of killing intent was still fresh in their minds. Iruka looked on for a few moments before slowly nodding. Naruto lazily took out a kunao and a shuriken before lazy flicking them both at the same time with a twitch of his wrist. He then made a one-handed ram sign which caused both the projectiles to multiply by 10 and then go on to hit all 20 targets. This caused the whole class to drop their jaws. Who would have expected an average student to be so skilled in shurikenjutsu? As he was walking back to his seat, he looked and subtly smirked at Sayuri, Kiba, and Hinata, causing all 3 of them to seethe at him. Hinata then shouted, "How dare you mock us, you peasant? We are above you. In terms of clan and status maybe, in terms of skill definitely not. Also, why don't you put your skill where your mouth is, Naruto mockingly replied before returning to his seat. His friends excitedly congratulated him and Narumi and Mito smiled at him, which he returned in kind, causing both of them to blush a little. Though Narumi's blush was much more noticeable. Soon after there were taijutsu matches. Narumi and Mito both tied, same for Shikamaru and Koji, both of who quit because they didn't want to fight each other. Hinata and Sayuri both beat random civilians. Ino and Sakura tied after a styleless cat-fight-like brawl. Shino, Izan, Yakumo all beat their civilian opponents almost flawlessly, passing with flying colors. Next and the final match was Kiba vs Naruto. "So dobe, are you ready to give up? If you grovel and beg for mercy, I will finish you off painlessly," Kiba said in a smug voice. Naruto just looked at him blankly before saying, "You said something," causing everyone to face fault and Kiba to shake in fury. Whereas in the Hokage office, where all available Jonin senseis were watching, a silver-haired masked Jonin wiped of an imaginary tear and said, "They grow up so fast." Whereas another wearing a green spandex with gigantic eyebrows shouted about the young boy's flames of youth have been corrupted and need to be saved. To which the silver-haired Jonin said, "You say something, guy." It caused the green Jonin to cry anime tears at his eternal rival's hip-like attitude. Back to the fight, Kiba rushed in as soon as the fight was signaled to start. Naruto, however, just stood in his starting spot, not even moving from it. All the while deflecting of Kiba's attacks and getting in occasional blows. Kiba was getting increasingly frustrated as the fight went on. How was he the rookie of the year being outdone by a clan-less orphan? He then shouted as he went in for another attack, "Damn you, why can't I hit you?" As soon as he thrust his fist forward, Naruto caught before in one swift motion, slinging Kiba out of the ring and signaling the end of the match. Naruto then answered, "That was because you were in the eye of the hurricane." Saying that, he turned around and went back to his seat. At the Jonin lounge, everyone was surprised by the blondes, however 2 Jonins had very serious looks on their faces. Performing one of the advanced katas of the hummingbird style was no easy feat, specifically the one which was made for multiple opponents. The next stage of ninjutsu went without incident, with nearly everyone passing and becoming ninjas. After collecting his headband, Naruto left. His friends weren't able to follow him because of their families. Whereas Mito and Narumi were stopped by Mizuki for some reason. Kiba was named Rookie of the Year despite having been beaten by Naruto. The Kunoichi of the Year award was shared by both Hinata and Sayuri, mainly because both were way too prideful to admit defeat, and thus avoiding unnecessary problem. As Naruto was walking, Mizuki walked up to him and gave him a smile which immediately made Naruto put his guard up. Mizuki was never kind to him, he was planning a trap here and somehow Naruto was in the middle of it. "I'm sorry that we couldn't crown you as the Rookie of the Year. Kiba had better overall grades than you," Mizuki said to Naruto with an apologetic smile. "Man, no harm done, I did pass after all," replied Naruto with a lazy wave of his hand. His answer caught Mizuki off guard as he asked, "Meaning you don't care whether you are Rookie of the Year or not because you simply passed the test?" "Exactly. Now if that will be all, I'll be going now, sensei, said Naruto as he shined away, leaving Mizuki to seethe as he thought the whole plan has failed. Well, at least we get to kill 2 of the 3 demons. We'll just get this one later. Mizuki then smirked before running off in the opposite direction. He was unknowingly being followed by Naruto, who after suspected him of trying something evil. Scene break **. In a forest near the village, both Mito and Narumi entered a clearing and started waiting for their sensei. Are you sure we should be here, Mito? Narumi nervously asked. Yeah, if we pass the test then we will be crowned as the Kunoichi of the year. Don't you want to make Mum and Nissen proud? Mito asked her twin, who reluctantly nodded. Suddenly a couple of senbon hit both the girls on the back of their necks and they felt the control on their bodies leaving them. And they fell unconscious. Suddenly 4 people came out of the bushes and started sneering at them. Well, Mizuki, who would have thought your plan would work so well? Now we can rid Konoha of its demons and we will then be seen as heroes, said one of them. I have a better idea, Aoba. How about playing with them for a little while? We are alone and a little release won't hurt anyone, said the third figure of the group. However, before any one of them could even move, 12 chains erupted from the ground and formed a dome-like structure around both the unconscious girls. The 4 men did not have time to react, as 3 of them were hit by multiple shuriken before they could react and fell down on the floor unconscious. The only one left awake was Mizuki, and he frantically looked around before spotting Naruto on one of the branches. What are you doing here, demon? How dare you interrupt your attempt at cleansing Konoha? Naruto didn't answer him and said, Is that enough evidence for you, Weasel-san? As he asked that, an Umbu appeared behind Mizuki and knocked him out. He nodded at Naruto, who created shadow clones and took Mito and Narumi with him, leaving the Umbu to deal with the traitors. Making his way to his apartment, he set both Narumi and Mito on his beds and waited for them to wake up. Knowing the special Uzumaki healing traits, they would be awake after 2 hours at most. And exact to prediction, both girls woke up after 2 hours and frantically looked around before spotting each other. They then slowly got up and cautiously made way outside, trying to find out where were they. Soon they spotted a familiar figure in the form of their brother as he was making some coffee. Good, you are awake, sit down by the table, the coffee is almost ready, said Naruto with his back still turned. Both girls visibly relaxed and went to sit down. After a few minutes of silence, Mito spoke up and said, Nissen, if you only wanted to talk to us, why did you kidnap us? Naruto burst out laughing at that, causing Mito to grow red with embarrassment. After Naruto stopped laughing, he handed both the girls their coffee before affectionately ruffling their heads and saying, I didn't kidnap you guys. Those were just some bad men who were jealous of you and wanted to harm you. But your Nissen took care of it and brought you to his place. Currently your attackers are being withheld by Umbu. Both the girls connected the dots and understood that had Naruto not appeared when he had the girls would have lost more than their lives. Both of them looked down, not meeting his eyes. Sensing a depressing aura, he said, Hey, what's with the long faces? You finally meet your brother, you should tell me about your lives and your training. With a look of disbelief, both looked up and saw him smiling before they started regaling their tales of training. As they were talking, Naruto started cooking dinner and soon they were eating. After they had finished talking, Naruto said, I have already informed both the Hokage and Kushina-sama about what happened and they are currently investigating the whole setup. You can stay here for tonight or go to your place, it's up to you. We would like to stay, Nissen, said Narumi with Mito nodding along. Alright then, go take a shower and go to the rooms you got up in. I will lend you some clothes for the night, said as he got up and left. Mom was right, Mito, Nissen will save us from trouble, said Narumi. Yeah, she was, but I was thinking, if Nissen is saving us, then who will save Nissen? Asked Mito. Leaving this to thought, both took their showers and reached their rooms. Soon, however, they found themselves unable to sleep because of what happened earlier. Both made their way to Naruto's room and knocked on the door before entering. They saw Naruto sitting on his bed reading a book. Seeing them enter, he closed the book and looked at them before asking, Scared of closing your eyes in fear of what happened today? Both of them nodded. Sighing, Naruto motioned them to come on his bed. Mito to his left and Narumi to his right. He then said, Listen, I am here for you, I will protect you, get some sleep, you have to go home tomorrow. Okay. Both nodded before Narumi asked, Nissen, will you come with us? Naruto shook his head and said, both of you are seen as heroes by the majority of the population here. Me on the other hand am the village pariah. It would be better if we kept our distance. Today was an exception. Now get some sleep. He finished with a tone of finality, causing both the girls to nod and then snuggle into him, drifting to sleep. Naruto sighed to himself. After spending time with his sisters, he wanted nothing more than to be close to them. They had several weird quirks that he found cute. He guessed he'd have to talk to Gigi about this. Smiling, Naruto picked up his book and started reading it again. Elsewhere, looking through a lacrima, were Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Kushina, Itachi, and Kakashi. All of them were smiling at the scene before them. See Kushina, I told you he won't hold anything against them, said Jiraiya. Hi, I am really happy that my babies are finally connecting with each other after my horrid error, said Kushina with a sad smile. Now we have to deal with who teaches Naruto. The council will make sure that he remains without a team because of the uneven genin numbers. They decide Kakashi to train the Uchiha and Kushina to stay with her daughters. There is no setup that fits with Naruto getting a team, said Hiruzen with a sigh. Before anyone could speak, Itachi coughed and said, Hokage-sama, I would like to take Naruto as my apprentice. I have fulfilled all the requirements to be a Jonin and I am S ranked. The council can't force me to do anything because I am the clan head. So there shouldn't be any problems. Hiruzen smiled and said, you were planning for this, weren't you? I may have been or I may not have been, Itachi replied with a very small smile. Very well then, Itachi, I will leave Naruto to you. Good luck, said Hiruzen as everyone except Kushina left. I know what you are thinking, Kushina. Give him some time to come into terms with everything. He has always wanted a family and he is internally confused. Give him some time and be there if he ever needs you. Who knows, he goes part the respect and sees you like family again, said Hiruzen, to which Kushina nodded and left. The next day, after dropping both of the girls to the Uzumaki estate, he made his way to his Gigi's office to get his registration photo in. Making his way after having a friendly greeting with the secretary, Naruto entered the office by kicking the door open and shouted, Gigi, I did it, I passed, and here is the photo for the shinobi registration. Hiruzen chuckled at the blonde. It still surprised him how someone could be so serious when the situation demanded it, and on the next moment be as relaxed and carefree as Andrea Pirlo on the football field. Okay Naruto, come here and show me the picture, said the Hiruzen as Naruto handed him the picture. In the pic he tried to pull of one of Minato's signature glares. And he almost got it right as well. Soon, however, the door burst open. A small kid around the age of 5 ran into the room with a wooden kunao shouting, I have you now. However, before he could throw the kunao, he tripped over his own scarf and fell down. Looking up from the floor, he pointed at Naruto and shouted, you tripped me. Naruto gave him a blank look before he burst out laughing. He then said, oh, haven't had a laugh like that in a long time. Kid, you tripped on your own scarf. You should stop wearing it until you become older. Don't lie, just admit you did it, the kid shouted. Naruto went up to the kid and picked him up, saying, listen up and listen hard, brat. Instead of blaming others, try training to get better. Because as you are now, you won't last a minute against me, let alone someone like Gigi. Hey, he is my Gigi, Konohamaru shouted. Yeah, I am stronger than you, so he automatically becomes my Gigi, said Naruto with a smirk. After a few minutes, a jonin wearing sunglasses appeared and shouted, let honored grandson go, you fiend. Yeah, I am not even interested in the squirt, said Naruto as he let Konohamaru go before bonking him on the head. Naruto then turned to Hiruzen and said, any Gigi, let's go get some ramen, we haven't eaten together in ages. I wish I could go, Naruto, but with the new genin my paperwork is on an all-time high, Hiruzen replied with a sigh. Well, you could always use shadow clones for the paperwork. Everything they read will be transferred to you, Naruto said in a matter-of-fact tone. Hiruzen stared at Naruto for a few moments before standing up and gloaming Naruto. Thank you. You just helped me defeat the bane of all cages. Take that, I own a key route in hell while I enjoy. Ah. Hiruzen finished with a maniacal laugh, causing Naruto and the others to sweat drop at the Shinobi no Kami's antics. Elsewhere in the land of rock and the land of the lightning, 2 cages sneezed at the same time. Damn, Hiruzen/old monkey must have found the answer to paperwork. Damn him. I will ask him during the upcoming Chiryunin exams. thought both of the cages. Anyways Gigi, let's go for some ramen tomorrow, okay? Said Naruto, to which Hiruzen nodded with a smile. Turning to Konohamaru he said, see ya later squirt. Before he disappeared into a leaf Shuershin. Any Gigi, who was that? Konohamaru asked. I think he is arguable the strongest genin in all of the elemental nations. Naruto? Said Hiruzen. Looking at Konohamaru's interest, the Jonin said, you shouldn't associate yourself with that fiend-honored grandson. If one is to become a Hokage, he must learn over 1000 jutsus, and Iebisu the elite trainer can give you a shortcut to becoming a Hokage. He then looked around and saw that Konohamaru was nowhere to be found. He then looked at Hiruzen, who had an amused smile on his face, and asked, where did the honored grandson go, Hokage-sama? I think he went to find Naruto. He seems to have taken a liking to the boy. Replied Hiruzen. Time skip 1 week asterisk. All the academy graduates were sitting and waiting for Iruka to appear with the teams. Over the week both Mito and Narumi had been unveiled as clan heirs, which was people were currently looking at them with looks of respect and were trying to befriend them. Naruto was sitting quietly next to Shino, both of them not willing to break the silence around them. Soon Iruka appeared with the teams and started off with his speech on their duties to the leaf. His speech was ignored by most genin because they considered it to be boring. Alright, now for the teams. Team 1 to 5 random unimportant civilians. Team 6 Sayuri Uchiha, Kiba and Yazaka, and Sakura Harino. Ignoring the shout of love conquers all, your Jonin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Team 7 Narumi Uzumaki, Mito Uzumaki, and Hinata Hyuga, your Jonin sensei will be Kushina Uzumaki. Team 8 Shino Abarame, Yakumo Kurama, and Izan Sarutobi, your Jonin sensei will be Kurane Uehai. Team 9 is still in circulation. Team 10 Shikamaru Nara, Koji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka, your Jonin sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. Team 11 will be a two-man cell. Naruto Uzumaki, you will be the apprentice of Itachi Uchiha. Naruto gave a real smile at being able to train with one of his precious people, whereas Sayuri just growled in annoyance. Why would an Uchiha train a clan-less loser, she thought. Your sensei will be here in an hour. You may do anything you like in said hour. Iruka finished before leaving. Naruto sighed before taking out a deck of cards. He looked around the class and said, anyone wanna play? An hour later, when all the senseis including Kakashi, who had been dragged by Kushina, arrived, they saw all of the genin gambling, and by the looks of it Naruto was winning a lot. Grr, you have to be cheating. Kiba shouted in frustration as he pointed a finger at Naruto. Naruto just innocently smiled at him and said, you say something, Kiba. Causing everyone to once again face fault and all the Jonin to snicker. It was then they decided to reveal themselves. Team 6, come with me. Kakashi ordered. Team 7, follow me to ground 7. Kushina stated. Team 8, after me please. Said Kurane. Team 10, to the restaurant. Said Asuma. Once all of them were gone, Naruto waited for a while with his eyes closed before saying, you can come out now, Nissan. It seems you are getting better with your sensing. You were able to sense me even though I was just masking half of my power. Said Itachi as he stepped out of the shadows. Ah, come on Nissan, you know the ability is not completely mastered. You should cut your favorite sibling some slack. Naruto said with a pout. Ho, and what gave you the idea that you are my favorite sibling? Itachi asked with an amused expression. 3 reasons actually. 1, I have a completely developed Sharingan that I am not dependent on. 2, I don't have a 7-foot stick up my ass unlike your other sibling. 3, I am just way too awesome to not be your favorite. Naruto replied with a foxy grin. Itachi chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair before saying, you've got that right, let's go. Naruto jumped up from his seat and followed Itachi as they left towards a dango stand. After reaching the stand and ordering their food, Itachi sat down on a table and said, now I know all about your style and skills, Naruto-kun, so I won't waste time in testing your abilities. And I also have a fair idea of what to teach you, but I want to know if you plan on learning anything apart of what you are currently doing. Hi Nissan. I was thinking of improving my taijutsu repertoire. I have the hummingbird, which involves speed and accurate but not that powerful attacks. I was thinking of adding a defensive style along with a direct style that uses powerful hits. After that I think it's high time I start my elemental manipulation. With genjutsu it's only high level ones that I can learn. And finally I am having mixed thoughts about starting Kenjutsu. Fuinjutsu will be carry on in the pace it is going. Naruto replied. That is indeed a very well thought out plan, Naruto-kun. I think it would be best that you get scrolls for Toad style because it is among the best defensive taijutsu styles available. For a direct one I think Goken will suit you, or we could utilize your Sharingan and have you learn the Interceptor Fist. We will start elemental manipulation as I was already planning on it. I think Kenjutsu will be good for you considering the fact that your mother is currently the best Kenjutsu practitioner in the world. Said Itachi. She is not my mother, Nissen. I am in no way related to Lady Kushina. I agree with your other suggestions. So when do we begin? Naruto asked in a very stiff tone. Itachi sighed inwardly. One of the reasons he had taken Naruto as his student was to get him to realize that holding on to the past brought nothing but sorrow, but it seems like he had his work cut out for him. He couldn't blame Naruto. Naruto resented both his mother, his godfather, and not to mention the entire village bar a few people. Heck, Itachi knew the only reason he had become a leaf shinobi was because of his father. He had his work cut out for him. We shall begin tomorrow morning in Training Ground 43. It is seldom used by others and would be a good area to let loose. Said Itachi, to which Naruto nodded. Naruto soon developed a mischievous glint in his eyes which immediately caused Itachi to go on the defensive. With a smirk on his face Naruto says, So Naiii-san, have you finally asked Ayame-chan out, did you? This question caught Itachi off guard and he stuttered out refusals. Sighing, Naruto shook his head and said, You know, Nissen, you should ask her out already. Nearly everyone in the village knows that you are infatuated with each other. Itachi then sighed and said, It's not that simple, you know. I may be an S-rank ninja with the moniker of Konoha's Raven, but I am still a love-struck teenager. I get very shy just thinking about her. How am I supposed to ask her out? Well, Nichen, it seems like you need my help. After training tomorrow we are going to be discussing you asking Nei-chan out. Said Naruto. Ho, and how will you help me? Asked Itachi. You are looking at someone who has read nearly every romance novel in Konoha. I can offer a lot of advice. Naruto sagely said. Both nodded to each other and began eating in silence, making occasional small talk. Team 6 star. Alright team, let's get on with the introductions. Said Kakashi as he stared at the genin in front of him. Why do you go first, sensei? Said Sakura. Sighing, Kakashi said, My name is Kakashi Hatake. I have many likes, some dislikes. My dream for the future? You are way too young to know. Now you pinky. Said Kakashi. My name is Sakura Harano. I like blushes and looks at Kiba. My dreams are looks at Kiba again with a slight nosebleed. My dislikes are Ino Buta and Naruto Baka for what he did to Kiba-kun. Said Sakura. Great, just what I wanted, a fangirl. Thought Kakashi. Now you dog breath asterisk, said Kakashi pointing at Kiba. Grumbling at the nickname Kiba, said, My name is Kiba Inuyasaka. My likes include training with my partner Akemaru and learning new jutsus. My dislikes include girls who don't listen to my advances and that dope Naruto. My dream for the future is to become the best Inuyasaka clan head in history. That's interesting, a pervert with a decent dream. Thought Kakashi before pointing at Sayuri and saying, Your turn, sunshine. HN. My name is Sayuri Uchiha. My likes are tomatoes and training. My dislikes are my brother because of his attitude and Naruto just because he is how he is. My dream is to beat my brother and become the clan head and lead the clan back to its previous glory. Sayuri said in a monotone voice. So all three have a common standing in hating Naruto. Interesting. Thought Kakashi. Clapping his hands he said, Well, all those are good goals and dreams. Now all of you go home and come back here tomorrow at 7 AM sharp for the genin test. Oh, they are gonna flip soon. He finished as he smirked in his mind. What do you mean by test, sensei? We already passed the academy test. Sakura said, her voice laced with confusion. Oh, the academy just narrows down people who can take the real test. In the test tomorrow normally 66% of the genin fail and are sent to the reserves. Oh, just so you know, I have never passed a team before. Now off you go and remember not to have breakfast or else you will throw up. Said Kakashi before he disappeared into a puff of smoke, leaving behind three confused genin. With Team 7 asterisk. Alright team, let's begin with introductions. I will go first. My name is Kushina Uzumaki, my like are my family, my dislikes are people who harm my family, and my dream is to one day reconcile with my son who I have wronged in the worst possible way. Kushina said, her voice losing its happy edge as she finished speaking. Mito and Narumi both gave familiar intros, and then finally it was Hinata's turn. She merely scoffed and said, my name is Hinata Hyuga, I am the heiress of the Hyuga clan. My likes include training and putting people in their place. My dislikes include the caged bird seal and some other things. My dream is to become a good clan head and find an answer to the caged bird seal. Alright, then we will meet here tomorrow for the start of our missions and training. Now I want you to know that being your sensei, there will be no secrets between us. If you have anything on your minds, tell me and I will help you in any and every way I can. Now off you go, I need to report to the Hokage, said Kushina before leaving the trio. Hinata wasted no time and left the red-headed twins. Both the sisters then drugged before deciding to visit Naruto. Canon for Team 8 and 10. About their tests and whatnot. I am not gonna write about them. Making their way through the village, both the girls received many greetings and looks of respect. Honestly, they enjoyed basking in the attention. Turning around the corner, they spotted Itaka casually walking and eating a Pocky stick. Running up to him, Mito shouted, Itaka-sensei, have you seen Naruto Nichin anywhere? Itaka gave an unnoticeable smile and said he went over to train near his house after we did the test. He said he had just completed a jutsu and was now going to test it at full power. If you both go, no, you may just see it in action. Both the girls excitedly nodded before rushing off to Naruto, leaving a chuckling Itaka behind. I wonder how they'll react seeing his very own spiral release. Itaka before he went on his merry way. Soon the girls reached Naruto's personal training ground and saw him throw a ball of pure chakra before creating a ram sign and shouting, spiral release, spiraling Senbon rain. As he called the name, the chakra ball spread before exploding, sending countless senbon made of pure chakra into the surroundings. You can come out now, Mito, Narumi, said Naruto, and both the girls sheepishly stepped out. So what can I do for you? Asked Naruto as GE picked up his jacket and wore it. We came to see you, Nichin. But what was that jutsu? And why did you call it spiral release? Narumi asked with a tilt of her head. Chuckling, Naruto patted her head and said that my dearest Imuto was one of my alternate versions of Raiznan. I am sure you both know what that is, right? Asked Naruto, getting a nod from both of the twins. Have you learned it yet? Asked Naruto, to which both girls shook their heads and said we were focusing on elemental jutsu since controlling the Kyuubi's chakra is a pain in the ass. Ow! Mito yelped as Naruto bonked her on the head and said, no using foul language in front of me, missy. Am I understood? Hi, Nichin. Mito meekly replied while blushing from embarrassment. Well, back to your original question, I based several moves based of Raiznan, so I decided to name it as a whole style on its own. So far I have created some 15 jutsus for my very own spiral release. All of them require very good chakra control, said Naruto. As he explained, both girls had developed looks of admiration on their faces. Soon Narumi gave him the puppy dog look and said, Nichin, please show me another jutsu of your spiral release. Mito gave him the same look and nodded along with Narumi. Looking at them, Naruto felt his defenses crumbling down before he sighed and nodded. Turning around, he brought his hand up and said, spiral release Udama Raiznan. A giant spiraling ball appeared in his hands before it disappeared. He smirked at their dumb expressions before turning around and going to his home. Both the girls were brought out of their stupor and quickly ran after him. Watching from the trees was one of Danzo's operatives. He decided to go and inform his master of the new development. However, before he could leave, he felt a sword sticking out of his chest. Gasping and then coughing out blood, he turned and saw Itaka standing there with a smirk on his face. I can't have you revealing my students' secrets now, can I? He rhetorically asked before twisting and removing the sword. He then took the body and disappeared into the pre-evening sky. Chapter 15, Missions. So sensei, what are we doing today? Asked Naruto in a very excited voice. Itaka chuckled at his excitement and handed him chakra paper and said, this is chakra paper, it will help us find your elemental affinity. Channel your chakra into it and see the result. If it's fire, it will burn, it will soak. If it's water, cut down in half. It is wind, turn to dust. If it's earth, and will wrinkle if your affinity is lightning. Normally every shinobi has one affinity to start, and from there onwards affinities can be learned via training. Any questions? Just one. Is it possible for a person to have more than one affinity? Naruto curiously asked. It is indeed possible, however multiple affinities normally points to an elemental bloodline trait. Like wind and water make Hayaton, fire, and rock create lava, water and earth create Mokuton, lightning and wind creates Ranton, etc. Said Itachi as he signaled Naruto to channel his chakra into the page. As soon as he channeled his chakra into the page, it was cut into 25 pieces, all of which first wrinkled and were then soaked. Both Naruto and Itachi were watching with dumbfounded expressions, still coming into terms with what happened. So I have an extremely strong affinity for both wind, lightning and water? I am awesome, Dadabiya. Naruto exclaimed before immediately face-palming at his verbal tic. I thought I had it under control. He grumbled with a sigh. Itachi chuckled at the boy and ruffled his hair before saying, Hey, now there's no need to hide your verbal tic, it's part of who you are. In fact, I can already imagine your bingo book nickname, Konoha's Genius Knucklehead. Itachi said before he burst out laughing, which was very unusual for someone as introverted as Itachi. Naruto glared at him before he grinned maliciously and said, and in the next update of said bingo book you will get an additional nickname of Konoha's Stuttering Confessor. Dadabiya. Naruto said this time with a foxy grin. Itachi glared at Naruto before both of them burst out laughing. After they stopped, Itachi said, Alright Naruto, I want you to create 125 clones, give 75 of them leaves. 25 of them will work on cutting the leaf, 25 will work on soaking theirs, and finally 25 will work on wrinkling it. This is the basic exercise of elemental manipulation. After that I want 25 of them to practice these katas for the Goken style, and finally the remaining 25 will practice the Uzumaki sword style. Understood? I agree on the others, sensei, but isn't there another sword style I could use? I don't want to use her style. Naruto stiffly said. Itachi sighed. He really wanted to help his godmother, but it seemed Naruto was not interested in reconciling with her. Bending down to meet Naruto's eyes, Itachi said, Listen Naruto, the Uzumaki sword style is the best one for you. It is the strongest style out there and only a few can master it. It depends on not only speed but power as well, not to mention your chakra chains. It would be a waste if you didn't try it. Itachi said in a soothing voice. Fine, I will try it, but only because you told me to. But sensei, I don't even have a sword. Naruto said. Well, get your clones out and get them reading and manipulating. Today they read the kata scrolls and we get the sword. Tomorrow they can practice with and we go on a C rank mission. Itachi replied. But sensei, don't I have to do D ranks first? Naruto asked with a tilt of his head. Naruto, D ranks are primarily built for teamwork among genins. Since we are a two-man cell, it's unnecessary. 2, you are already mid-Chunin already, so it's fine. 3, as much as I hate to say to the villagers, won't let you get close enough for D ranks. So we will only be doing C rank missions and higher. Now let's go get your sword. Said Itachi as he turned and started walking. Naruto quickly created 125 clones and had them do what Itachi had instructed him to before running off behind Itachi. Soon the teacher-student duo made their way to Dragon's Lair. As soon as they entered, Naruto shouted, Kaiza Ajisen, where are you? Right here, brat, stop shouting. Came Kaiza's reply as he came up to greet the pair. As soon Naruto saw, he launched himself at the shopkeeper and tightly hugged him. Kaiza hugged him back as he chuckled. So brat, what do you need? Asked Kaiza. Kaiza Ajisen, I need a sword to start my Kenjutsu training. Oh, and this is my sensei Itachi Uchiha. Naruto finished pointing at Itachi. Hello Itachi-san. I have heard a lot about you and hope you teach Naruto well. Said Kaiza as he shook hands with Itachi. I promise to teach him to the best of my ability, Kaiza-san. Now could you please show us some of your swords? Asked Itachi, to which the man nodded and motioned for them to follow him. The trio made their way to one of the corners in the store. The corner was full of swords. There were all sorts of swords here, from the Wakaizushi, to the Kodaki, and from the Zanbato to your regular ninjato. Making his way through swords, Naruto soon found that nothing was attracting him. He was about to leave before his eyes fell on a sword. It was a beautiful katana with a white sheath. It had the Namikaze logo on the sheath, while the kanji for sky was printed on its hilt. As soon as he saw it, Naruto knew that this was the sword for him. It was perfect, beautiful, deadly, made for fast-paced accurate attacks, which was his style of combat. Moreover, it felt as if the sword was calling out to him. Instinctively his hand moved to pick it up. In his hand JT felt perfect, as if it was an extension of himself. Turning around to the adults, he shouted, "Kaiza Ajisen, Itaka-sensei, I have found the sword I need." He then pointed at the sword in his hand. Kaiza's eyes widened as soon as he saw the sword, and then he smirked and said, "Damn Gaki, you have a very good choice," said Kaiza. "How do you mean, Kaiza?" asked Itachi. "Let's just say that sword just arrived from the land of iron today. It was personally crafted by the legendary swordsmith Murasame. It is made of chakra-conducting metal. The more chakra you conduct, the harder it gets. Also, Lord Mifune sent a scroll with that sword. It's called the Itaryu style. I recommend Naruto to learn it. It's among the top 5 sword styles out there," said Kaiza. "Wow. You hear that, sensei? Now I can have my own personal style. Yada, I am the best," Naruto excitedly said. Now Naruto, you still have to learn the style first. Since we have this, I don't think the swirl style will be necessary. Also, Kaiza, what's the cost for the blade and the scroll?" asked Itachi. "Don't worry, that's taken care of. Hiruzen made it so when he bought the Gaki to me 8 years ago," said Kaiza with a wave of his hand. With a thank you, both Naruto and Itachi left the shop and made way to their training ground. Upon returning, they saw 50 clones groaning in frustration and the others doing what they were. Itachi knew it was due to the slow rate of progress. So he then called out Imagine Wind to be sharp and moving in opposite direction, while Fluid and Thumping for water, along with Pulsing for lightning. The clones nodded, started trying again. Naruto on the other hand created 60 more clones and said 10 of you chakra control, 25 continue with our Fuinjutsu, and 25 of you start this Kenjutsu style. Go work with the other Kenjutsu group. Why did you create another 25 for Kenjutsu, Naruto-kun? Itachi asked in a confused tone. Well, I promised you to learn the Uzumaki style and I never break a promise, it's my nindu, Naruto replied, to which Itachi nodded. Suddenly Naruto wore a mischievous grin and he said, Nissen, let's go, we need to get you to ask Ayame-chan out today. He pulled Itachi by the hand and led him away. Now it's simple, all you have to do is repeat after me and it will all be okay, said Naruto, to which Itachi nodded as he wore the radio given to him by Naruto. Making his way into the bar, Itachi sat down and said, Afternoon Ayame, how are you? Ayame blushed and looked at him before answering. I am okay. Can I get you something? Only if you make an extra bowl and eat with me. Don't worry, I will pay for it, said Itachi, repeating Naruto's words. Oh, is this a date? Ayame asked in a sultry voice. Aye, it is. Itachi stuttered out, blushing, and Naruto face palmed. You are on your own now, sensei. Just kiss her. Take that final step. It's a leap of faith, do it, Naruto shouted into his ear. Itachi gulped before he suddenly got up and kissed Ayame square on the lips. Time seemed to slow down as they kissed each other. In that moment they were the only ones that mattered. A few seconds later both broke the kiss and a blushing Itachi whispered, I love you, will you give me the honor of being my girlfriend? Squealing, Ayame launched herself into Itachi's arms while shouting yes repeatedly. Tuki appeared some time later and saw the blushing couple sitting together and eating. Connecting the dots, he smiled and decided to leave them be today and tease them on another day. Naruto smiled, looking at the calm and happy look on his sensei's face, and then disappeared via Ishu-Urshin, going back to his training ground. I'm not gonna write the bell test or anything. It's the same everywhere. I am gonna go straight to the report in missions asterisk. Okay then, report, Hiruzen said to all the Jonin senseis in front of him. Team 1 failed. Team 2 failed. Team 3 failed. Team 4 failed. Team 5 failed. Well, since Kakashi isn't here, let's carry on, Hiruzen said, not wanting to wait for the silver-haired Jonin to continue the proceedings. Team 7 passed. I made them do a teamwork drill where they had to try feeding Puck, said Kushina. Who is this Puck, Kushina? Asked Hiruzen. My pet rabbit. said Kushina with an anime smile. Team 8 passed. I had them perform a tracking mission where they had to find me. Shino used his bugs to track me down. Yakumo has gotten much better with her genjutsu and managed to trap me for 10 seconds before I broke out with Izan getting the hit on me. Kurane stated. Team 10 passed. I had them 3 fight me. Ino is the bossy one who motivated both the boys to try harder. Koji is the team's muscle whereas Shikamaru is the brains. He got me trapped in his shadow bind, then Ino used her jutsu to try invading my mind before Koji hit me and she left. Said Asuma with a puff of smoke from his cigarette. Naruto passed. I already knew how strong he was, so having him tested was a waste of time. I have already started his training. Said Itaka, garnering shocked looks from around the room. What? Itaka said in an annoyed tone. No offense to you, Itaka, but all of us saw his academy scores, he was below average. Why would you even want to train him? Asked Kurane with all other jonins except Kushina, who was seething in anger. Itaki and Hiruzen both looked at the jonins blankly before Itaka broke into chuckles and Hiruzen roared in laughter. When the laughter died down, Itaka looked at the jonins with an amused look and said, Naruto said, and I quote, the academy is useless. It's all a waste of time. I'd rather build up my practical skills rather than stick to learning useless history. He has been training since he was 4 and I have been following his progress since he took out a Kumo Jonin. He is at least mid-Chunin level and will only grow strong under me. Itaka's statement caused all the jonins to drop their jaws. It was then that Kakashi entered the room and said, sorry I am late, I got lost on the road of life. Everyone was broken out of their stupor at his statement and then sweat dropped at his bad excuse. Kakashi then said Team 7 passed but barely. They didn't understand the true meaning of the bell test and only worked to get the bells alone. They each other after I ordered them not to, which is why they passed. Alright then everyone, thank you for your reports, you may leave. Said Hiruzen. After everyone left, Hiruzen sighed and created shadow clones for his paperwork and himself started reading a novel. With Naruto asterisk. Naruto was casually walking in the streets, ignoring the usual glares that people were sending his way. Suddenly he spotted something on the wall to his right and said, alright, come on out now, Kano Amaru. There was a puff of smoke and from it came out Kano Amaru, a girl with orange hair and a boy with a droopy nose with glasses. Boss, how did you find us? Kano Amaru whined. Chuckling, Naruto ruffled the boy's head and said, yourself is good for an academy student but not good enough to hide from a real ninja. Now then, who are you two? I am Mogi and I am the most beautiful girl in the academy. The orange-haired girl said. And I am Udon. I like math. Said the boy with the glass. And we together are the Kano Amaru Corps. The 3 academy students said together. Clapping at the introduction, Naruto said, nice to meet you guys. It's good to see that you already recognize each other as a team. I have a little doubt that when you become ninjas you will be among the greatest ninja teams Konoha has ever produced. Ah boss, you are making us blush. Said Mogi. Do you really mean it, boss? Asked Udon. Whereas Kano Amaru just bounced with happiness at receiving the praise. I meant it, Udon. Now you 3, I won't be able to play ninja today, so how about I cook something for you? Asked Naruto. Snapping his neck towards Naruto, Kano Amaru said, boss, you know how to cook. Yup, now follow, we are going to my home. I may even show you one of my jutsus. Said Naruto as he turned and started walking towards his home, the 3 genin eagerly following him. When they reached his home he turned around and said, so what do you guys want? Request anything you want, I will cook it for you. If you insist, then I'd like some curry and rice. Said Mogi with a blush. I would like some steak. Udon said as he rubbed the back of his head. I could use some pasta. Said Kano Amaru as he scratched his cheek nervously. Got it. Go in the lounge, watch some TV or read any books. I will call you when the food is ready. Said Naruto as he headed to the kitchen. The 3 shinobi hopefuls were amazed to see the amount the books and scrolls inside Naruto home. They tried to open a few scrolls but they were sealed by a blood seal and hence dropped the attempts and kept them back. About 20 minutes Naruto called out, oi, come in, the kitchen, food's ready. The 3 kids went to the kitchen to find 4 plates of steaming food on the counter. As they sat down, Naruto came in wearing an apron, wiping his hands with a towel. Well, aren't you gonna eat? He asked with a foxy grin. Itadakimasu. All four of them said together and they began to eat. After the first bite, all three kids began scarfing down their food at an abnormal pace. After they finished, all three spoke up and said, "Boss, where did you learn to cook like this?" Kano Amaru asked giddily. "This is the best thing I have ever eaten." Udon said. "He cooks better than Mom." Mogi mumbled with a blush. "I am glad you like it. I also prepared some for you guys to take home with. Now I will show you a jutsu that I may or may not teach you when you graduate from the academy, and after that you will go home." Agreed. Naruto asked, to which all three of them nodded. Naruto then stood up and formed a perfect raise non in his arm and showed it to the kids. All three of them had eyes as wide as saucers. It was then that Kano Amaru asked, "Boss, what is that jutsu? It looks so strong." He said, his voice laced with curiosity. "That was, young friend, is one of signature moves called the raise non. It's an a rank jutsu," said Naruto. "Boss, how were you able to do that jutsu without any hand signs?" Udon asked, his eyes full of admiration. "That was because this move depends completely on chakra control and manipulation. You don't need to mold it to use it," said Naruto. "Boss, can you teach it to us?" Mogi asked. "I can, but only after you graduate. Now promise me you will not talk about this jutsu with anyone. It's one of my trump cards and I wish to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Am I clear?" Naruto said and asked in a serious voice. "Yes/okay/yup." All three of them said and then left Naruto's home. Naruto, after cleaning up, went for a shower, and after coming out he dispelled his clones, getting all of their knowledge and experience. The next day *. It was early in the morning. We can see both Itachi and Naruto making their way for their first mission. Naruto, being as he was, did not wait to knock the door to the Hokage's office and kicked it open and launched himself at the old Hokage, who already had his hands out. "Ah, it's good to see you, my boy. How are you?" Hiruzen lovingly asked. "I am fine, Jiji, here for my very first mission," Naruto replied with a fox-like grin. Before Hiruzen could reply, Itachi said, "Hokage-sama, I want to request 8 C-rank missions for Naruto and I." "Are you sure, Itachi? I mean, he is a fresh genin," Hiruzen replied. "I know Hokage Dano. But we know he has no team to work with and the civilians won't let him do any D ranks. So the next best course of action will be to do C ranks. And I asked for more than one because I thought it would be a good change of pace for Naruto to move out of the village for a while," said Itachi. "You make a valid point, Itachi. Fine, here you go. These are 13 C-rank missions that shouldn't take more than 2 months to complete. I will expecting you back soon," Hiruzen said as both Itachi and Naruto nodded before leaving to pack their things. An hour later both of them signed out and left the village. But not before creating 60 clones with enough chakra to last for 2 months. They were to continue working on things they had started. With Team 6. 4 hours later *. "Yo," said Kakashi as he arrived in the training ground that was reserved for his team. "You are late." All three genin shouted. "Well, you see, I was on my way when a black cat crossed my path. For that reason I had to turn around and take the long way here," Kakashi lazily answered. "Liar!" Sakura shouted. "Mama Sakura, now that we are all here, let's start our training. For the first week we will only do teamwork drills and a few missions. I will explain the next phase of your training when we reach the second week," said Kakashi. He then proceeded to blindfold all three of his genins and tasked them to pass a ball in between each other. They obviously failed miserably and none of them were able to catch the ball even once. After 3 hours of this exercise they decided to visit the Hokage and get a couple of missions done today. With Team 7. At the same time *. So team, glad you could make it. We will begin the day with a little training. Then we will perform a few missions and after that we can do some personal training on any factors that you might want to improve on," said Kushina as she looked at her genins. The 3 genins nodded and began the physical training menu that Kushina had set for them. As she was watching her genins train she couldn't help but wonder how Naruto was doing. She was waiting for him to get used to her presence in the village and then try to talk to him, but she had ultimately been stopped by her best friend Mikoto Uchiha, who argued that the current peace may be destroyed if she moved too hastily. She continued observing her genin for 2 hours before signaling them to stop and then going to the Hokage Tower to get some fresh missions in. Back with Team 6 *. Team 6 reporting for missions. Hokage-sama. Kakashi said as he entered the Hokage's office with his 3 genin following behind him. All 3 of them were buzzing in excitement for their first mission as ninjas. Alright then, let's see. We have a house that needs painting, a garden that needs weeding, a mission to catch Tora, and a few more. What will you take? Asked Hiruzen, surprising the genin with the absurd level of the missions. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Hiruzen inwardly smirked, looking at the reaction of the genin. We will take the weeding and the painting missions, sir. Kakashi said as Hiruzen nodded and handed them 2 scrolls, after which they left. As soon as they left the building, Kiba pointed a finger at Kakashi and said, "Oi sensei, what's with these chores? We are ninjas, we need proper missions." Both Sayuri and Sakura nodded along with what Kiba said. Kakashi however waved his hand dismissively and said, "You are fresh out of the academy. To get any high-ranked mission you need to at least have 40 to 50 D-rank missions. So better hurry up if you want to leave the village for a mission soon." The 3 genins grumbled but nonetheless complied and made way to start their D-rank missions. With Team 7 *. Hokage-sama. Team 7 reporting for missions. Databane. Kushina chirped. The Hokage smirked and threw her a scroll which she caught. After reading the mission statement, she smirked as well. Motioning her team to follow her, she left the office and started explaining the D-rank mission to catch the demon cat Tora. All 3 genins screamed in indignation at being tasked to perform such a trivial mission. However, they all soon quietened down after Kushina's hair split up into 9 parts and started floating, all the while having a strange red aura around her that oddly resembled the Kyuubi. The scary scene in front of them quickly shut the 3 genin up as they quickly ran to start their missions in order to avoid the wrath of their mother/sensei. After finally allocating the missions, Hiruzen sighed and looked at the sky before thinking, "I really need to choose a successor. I am getting way too old for this shit." Back with our knucklehead genius star. "So sensei, what is our first course of action?" Naruto curiously asked. "Well, our first 3 missions are relatively simple as all 3 are within the Land of Fire. We first have to visit the Fire Temple to deliver a letter from the Hokage, then we have to go and get a document from the Daimyo and deliver it to the Hokage. And lastly we need to receive some chakra metal from the envoy of the Land of Iron at the border of the Fire Country. I am sure you can use your summons to deliver, right?" Itaki explained and asked while receiving a nod of confirmation from Naruto. "Okay sensei, what about the other missions?" Naruto asked. "After that we will visit Takigakure for giving them a trade agreement from the Hokage. Then we have a mission from the Uzumaki clan to go to Kyuzagakure and get the member of said clan that lives there. We then are to visit Lord Kazuna in the Land of Snow and guard a festival for 3 days, and then escort him back to his castle. After that we will make a trip to the demon country where Lady Shin resides. She has requested 3 missions of us to escort her to a temple where she will perform a ritual. Our second mission with her will be to protect her during the ritual and finally to escort her back to her estate. Then we go and give some documents to Tsunagakure and then we have to go to the Wind Daimyo, protecting him during his travel from the Wind Capital and back. And after that we return home and rest for a few days." Itaka said. "Wow Nissen, I am so awesome doing so many good missions so early. I can't wait to show Gigi what I can do." Naruto excitedly said. "Well, I am sure you will do us all proud. Naruto, now let us pick up speed. The faster we move the earlier we finish," Itaka said as he quickened his pace with Naruto following in his footsteps. Chapter 16, Wave Part 1. It had been 2 months since the genin started their missions and now we can find both Team 6 and 7 in the Hokage office awaiting to receive new missions. Are Teams 6 and 7 here for a mission? Well, let's see, we need shopping for an old couple, painting of a fence, catching Tora. So which will it be? Asked Hiruzen in an amused voice. Before any of the senseis could answer, Narumi shouted, "None of them, we are ninjas, we already have completed our prerequisite 50 D ranks, now give us a real mission." All the other genins nodded energetically to Narumi's outburst. Sighing, Hiruzen looked at Kushina and Kakashi and asked, "Do you think they are ready?" "As ready as they will ever be, though their teamwork needs work," but that will fix itself over time," said Kakashi, getting a thankful look from his genins. "Yes, I believe they are ready, and if anything goes wrong I will be able to handle it," Kushina said. This time she was receiving thankful looks from her genin. "Fine then, since I only have one C rank available, both teams can share it. Is that agreeable?" Hiruzen asked. After receiving confirmative nods from both teachers, Hiruzen called out, "Mina-sen Tajuna in." After a while, an old man having a bottle of sake in his hands entered the room. He looked at the genin and scoffed, saying, "I paid for ninja, and what do I get? 4 princesses, 1 girl who looks weaker than a twig, and an idiot who is a dog's pet. Get me some real ninjas." All 6 genins had to be restrained from attacking the old man. Hiruzen chuckled at the scene and said, Now you can't kill the client. Now Tajuna, they are among our most promising genin and their senseis are elite jonins. They should be able to protect you just fine, so don't worry." "Fine then. Listen up, my name is Tajuna, the great bridge builder. During the escort I want you to protect me with your lives," said Tajuna as he turned around and left the room. "Well, that settles it. I want you all to go and pack for a month. Meet us at the north gate after 2 hours. Now run along, me and Kushina-sama need to talk to the Hokage," Kakashi said as he sent the 6 genin away. Kushina then made a hand sign and the privacy seals in the room were immediately activated. Hiruzen then adopted a serious look and asked, "What is it?" "We want to know where Naruto is. I haven't seen him or Itaka for almost 2 months now," Kushina worriedly said. "Oh, don't worry, they are out on missions. Their last one ends today and they should be back in a couple of days," said Hiruzen. "What? You mean you sent my baby out on C-rank missions right off the bat?" Kushina shouted. Hiruzen looked at her calmly and then said it was his sensei's choice. "Naruto is our strongest genin who can give most of my chunin a very hard time. Apart from that, no one would want to be close enough to the demon brat as he is called. He couldn't do D ranks, but he needed experience, which is why I gave him the next best thing, C ranks, and several of them because I felt Naruto could use some time away from the hate of the villagers." Kushina slowly nodded and let a few tears escape her eyes as she quietly said, "That doesn't mean I can't be worried about him. I am already suffering the consequences of my mistake. I wouldn't be able to survive if something happened to him." As she finished, her crying turned into sobs. Hiruzen then gave her a grandfatherly hug and let her loose. He knew that she was in turmoil and she needed to relieve the pressure before it got to her. There, when Naruto gets back I will try talking to him. Everyone deserves a second chance and I hope that he forgives you too," Hiruzen soothingly said to the crying woman in his hands. Kushina nodded before she broke the hug and left after thanking Hiruzen. "I guess we really need to get Naruto to at least open up on the possibility of forgiving Kushina-sama," Kakashi solemnly said. "I know, Kakashi, I know. Truth be told, I view Kushina as my daughter. She was entrusted to me when Mito-sama died. I wasn't able to stop her then, but I really hope Naruto finds it in his heart to forgive her. I won't make Naruto do anything, the poor boy has already suffered so much. What I will do is talk to him thoroughly and then leave it up to his judgment," said Hiruzen. Kakashi then nodded in agreement before saluting and leaving the room. "Damn you, Minato, look at the mess you left me in. Why did you have to sacrifice yourself? I could have easily performed the very same sealing ritual," Hiruzen dejectedly thought before going back to doing the paperwork. He didn't want to use shadow clones today because he needed a distraction today. With Teams 6 and 7 *. 2 hours later, all 6 genin were seen impatiently waiting for their senseis and client to arrive. "What's taking them so long?" Mito whined. "Get used to it, Kakashi-sensei is always late," Sakura grumbled and said. I wonder what type of mission will this turn out to be?" Hinata thought out loud. Hinata over the 2 months had warmed up to the twins and had actually removed the mask of arrogance that she wore. The twins soon learned that she was actually a very caring person who had to hide herself because of her clan, and to show someone special that she was strong. "What do you mean, Hinata?" Narumi curiously asked. "I was just wondering how our first mission will play out. It's my first time leaving the village, so I am a little nervous," Hinata replied. It's my first time as well and I am feeling excited. I wonder if we get to fight out there," Sayuri said with a thoughtful look. There is no need to worry because if we are attacked I will handle it and protect you. Kiba cockily said, trying to assert himself as the alpha of the group. Both Mito and Narumi burst out laughing as his attempt, and Hinata said, seriously, you take the pack seriously? All of us here are around the same in terms of strength, so put a sock in it, dog breath. Before Kiba could answer, Kushina appeared, pulling both Kakashi and Tajuna by the collars. Okay, now that we all are here, let's begin this mission. And with that all of them left the village. 2 hours later, Kakashi and Kushina noticed a puddle of water in the middle of the road. It hasn't rained in weeks, there shouldn't be any puddles. Unless it's a genjutsu. Both the Jonins thought at the same time. They however decided to ignore it and see how things played themselves out. As both Jonins crossed the puddle, 2 ninjas sprung out of it and used sharp wires to cut both Jonins into multiple pieces. Kachin/sensei, all the Genins shouted in shock. 2 down, 6 to go, said one of the 2 ninjas, and using a chain to connect themselves and attack the Genins. However, they were intercepted by Mito, Narumi, Hinata, and Sayuri. Mito and Narumi used the fast power-based attacks of the Swirl Fist and their teamwork and finally knocked one of the attacking ninjas out. On the hand, Hinata used her gentle fist to temporarily paralyze their opponent before Sayuri hit the finishing blow on the ninja's neck, effectively knocking him out. As they tied the unconscious ninjas, both the Jonins appeared out of the woods, and then Kakashi said, good work teams, you didn't freeze and took out 2 Chunin-level opponents. Not only that, you guys had covered Tajuna as well to save him in case any stray attack got past. Good work. Sensei, you are alive. Sakura shouted in relief. Yeah, we just replaced ourselves with logs. Kushina said, pointing to the spot where they had been supposedly cut to pieces. Hey wait, if you were alive why didn't you defeat those ninjas yourself? Tajuna asked. Oh, for 2 reasons. 1, we wanted to see how our Genins reacted, and believe me when I say they reacted perfectly. And 2, we wanted to know whether those ninjas were attacking us or were after you. Now that we know, how about you tell us the truth, Tajuna? Kakashi said with a glare. I don't know what you mean. Tajuna stammered out. Then let me spell it out for you. C-rank missions don't deal with ninjas. There are rogue ninjas after you. This mission is easily a rank. You risked the life of my daughters and my student. You better give me a good reason why you did that before I castrate you. Kushina menacingly snarled out. Fine, I will talk. Have you heard of Gato, the richest man in the elemental nations? Well, he came to the wave recently and took over the whole country. He unfairly taxed people and then used thugs to kill those who opposed him. Because of that, the wave country couldn't afford any mission higher than a C rank 1. The only hope for the wave is for me to complete the bridge to open a direct trade route. Gato wants me dead because that bridge would disrupt his business. Tajuna explained. You put my team in danger by hiding important mission. We right now have every right to cancel this mission. So guys, what will you do? Kakashi said as he turned to the Genins. I saw we continue. We can't let Gato kill the people of the wave, they are innocent. Mito said with the other Genins all nodding in agreement. Very well then, but remember now this mission is A ranked and our next opponents will definitely be Jonin level at least. So remember, if we tell you to run, you run. Understood? Kushina asked in an uncharacteristically serious tone. All 6 of the Genin gulped before nodding. Kakashi then bit his thumb and summoned his nin dog Pakun and said, Pakun, take this letter to the Hokage and tell him to send us a little backup. We were attacked by the Demon Brothers of the Mist and don't know who we are facing next. The nin dog nodded before disappearing in a puff. The group then carried on their way to the wave, hoping to avoid any further confrontations with rogue ninjas. They soon reached the coast, from where they took a boat and sailed to the wave. After reaching shore, they continued their trek towards Tajuna's home. On the way, Kiba suddenly heard something move in the bush to his right and immediately threw a kunao in it. But the only thing that appeared was a white rabbit. Relax, moron, not every sound you hear will be an enemy, Sayuri said in a monotone voice. However, both Kushina and Kakashi were having different thoughts. A white rabbit at this time of the year, it can only mean substitution. Everybody duck. Both of them shouted and then tackled everyone to the ground as a giant sword flew past them and then hit a tree trunk. So Sharinon no Kakashi and Konoha's Benihime, no wonder the Demon Brothers failed. a voice said with a sneer. As everyone looked up they saw a tall man, with a masked face looking down on them. Zabuza Mamakai demon of the mist, what are you doing here? Kakashi lazily asked. Oh nothing, me and my partner here, points to his back towards a man with white hair, were hired to kill that bridge builder. Just surrender him to us and we will let you and your genin teams go. Zabuza said as the white-haired man came out in the open and smirked at the Konoha Nin. Mainjitsu Hojiki aka the White Death of the Mist, said Kushina as stood up straight and stared down on her opponents. So a fight it is, said Kakashi as he unveiled his Sharingan and stared at Zabuza. Right from the get-go, huh? I am so honored. Well then let's start, shall we? Hidden Mist Jutsu. Zabuza called out and suddenly the entire area had been covered by a very thick mist. The Konoha ninjas soon discovered that their dojutsus won't work as the mist was laced with chakra that blocked all the view. Suddenly the area was flooded with a very potent killing intent and both Zabuza's and Mainjitsu's voices rang out. 8 vital spots: heart, jugular, kidneys, liver, subclavian artery, spine, larynx, lungs, now which will be our attack point? Their voices taunting the Konoha Nin. The genins were shaking from the killer intent, unable to move as he sat there under the massive killer intent. Especially Sayuri. Slowly she was bringing a kunao up to her neck to end it but was cut off by Kakashi. Don't worry Sayuri, you will be alright, I will protect you, Kakashi said in order to prevent the untimely death of his student. Oh, I don't think so, said Zabuza as he appeared behind Tajuna and brought his cleaver down towards the bridge builder, but before he could, Kakashi intercepted and deflected the swing with a kunao. Kakashi kicked Zabuza back into the mist where he couldn't be seen before running off after him. Appearing behind the demon of the mist, he held a kunao to his larynx and slit his neck but noticed he turned into water. Mizubushin the copy ninja thought as he was struck with the cleaver, ripping him in half before dissolving into water. Well, I'm impressed Kakashi, even in the mist you were able to copy my moves, but that's all it is, a copy. It has nothing on the original, Zabuza boasted. Planning his next attack he kicked Kakashi out of the fog and onto the water. On the other hand, both Kushina and Mainjitsu were locked in a stare down. I always wanted to see what the Beniheim was capable of and now my dream is about to be fulfilled. Mainjitsu taunted out. Oh, I am glad that the strongest of the 7 swordsmen of the mist wanted to fight. Now enough chatter, let's fight. Kushina replied as she unsheathed her kodakais and released her chakra chains. After standing still for a few moments both disappeared in bursts of speed and suddenly the whole area was full of red and white blurs that were accompanied by constant clashing of metal. The fight was soon a stalemate. Both the fighters moved at the same speed and hit with the same strength. But both knew that this was only a warm-up. They were just testing the waters with each other before they got serious. Back with Kakashi, he was now trapped in a water prison. He quickly turned to the genins and shouted, run now. He needs to maintain his concentration for this jutsu run. Before the genins could react or even answer, Zabuza made a water clone and sent it charging towards the genin. The clone swung the giant sword towards Sayuri, aiming to kill. She just closed her eyes and awaited death. However, nothing came except the sound of metal clanking. Opening her eyes, she saw a familiar tuft of blonde hair standing in front of her. It was Naruto, and he had stopped the clone's attack with a sword of his own. He then created 2 sealless clones that attacked and destroyed the clone he was locked with. The 2 clones then started going through hand signs and at the same time shouted, wind/water style water/wind bullet jutsu. Both the bullets joined together and flew towards Zabuza, who had to release Kakashi to dodge it. Naruto then turned his head slightly to look at the 6 genin behind him and said seriously, I leave you alone for a month and you guys go and get yourselves in front of death's door. Geez, I feel like a babysitter. He finished in a slightly depressed tone with a cloud visible over his head. Nichin/Dobe, came the shouts of the genin behind. He immediately said, I will explain later, everyone protect Tajuna, take the diamond formation. All 6 genin begrudgingly complied and formed a perimeter around Tajuna. Back with Kakashi asterisk. I got distracted and forced to let go of the water prison, Zabuza said, not wanting to think he was outsmarted by a fresh genin. Don't flatter yourself, you were forced to let go, Kakashi said as he waited for Zabuza to start the first move. Zabuza jumped away from Kakashi and started running through hand signs at the same time as Kakashi. In the end both finished at the same time, ending shouting, water style, Water Dragon Jutsu, identical dragon-shaped streams of water clash in the air and then cancel each other out. How did that happen? The Sharingan allows the user to copy and recreate what the other is doing, but they defiantly finished at the same time. How? Thought Zabuza as the jutsu ended. Zabuza jumped back and started to run though hand signs, but failed to notice that Kakashi was once again performing the same jutsu, only this time faster. Water-style giant vortex jutsu, Kakashi finished in a large spinning wave of water hit Zabuza, throwing him into a tree. How are you doing that, can you dash? Zabuza asked, but was cut off by Kakashi. See the future. Yes, and in your future, I see death. Kakashi finished for Zabuza. But before he could deliver the killing blow, Senbon needles shot out from a nearby tree and impaled into Zabuza's neck, apparently killing him. Thank you for weakening my target, I have been chasing him for a long time, the masked hunter Nin said in an even tone. Allow me to take the body. Farewell Leaf Ninja, the masked hunter said as he picked up the body and left with a Shunshin. With Kushina *. The stalemate ended and both fighters jumped back, creating some distance between each other. Before anyone could react, a black figure jumped into the air, and after going through the hand signs the figure looked at Mainjutsu and shouted, Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. A giant fireball came out of the figure's mouth and flew towards Mainjutsu and hit him head on. The force of the jutsu was enough to launch him into a tree. However, before the figure could finish his attack, a hunter Nin with white hair appeared and said, Thank you for weakening him, I will take it from here. We were chasing him for a while now. The figure nodded and let the hunter Nin leave with Mainjutsu's body. The figure turned around and said, Lady Kushina, it's been a while. Itake, what are you doing here? Where is Naruto? She asked the figure, who turned out to be Itake. He helped the other group, I think they are done as well. Let's get somewhere safe and we can exchange the recent events that happened to each of our groups. Itake replied, to which Kushina nodded and turned to look at the other group. Back with them, Naruto was carrying a tired Kakashi back to the group. He then looked up to Tajuna and said, You must be the client, could you lead us to your home, as you can see our comrade here needs rest. It was then that the Kushina and Itake joined the group and they started making way for Tajuna's home. After walking a while the group reached Tajuna's home. He knocked the door and said, Tsunami, I am home. After a few moments a beautiful brown-haired woman appeared and hugged Tajuna, saying, Dad, you are back, you are not hurt, are you? No, I am fine thanks to all these ninjas, they are very strong. Tajuna replied. Excuse miss, could you give us a place where our friend can rest, he is tired. Naruto cut in. Oh, I am sorry, please follow me, said Tsunami. She then led them into a room where Naruto laid Kakashi in a futon and went back to the group. The twins were huddled together with Kushina obviously still shaken from the killing intent they had experienced early on in the day. As soon as Naruto arrived, both of them launched themselves at Naruto and cried. Naruto sighed before he started to rub their backs soothingly, trying to get them relaxed. He knew that experiencing that amount of killing intent for the very first time can leave a devastating effect. Soon they stopped crying but did not leave Naruto's side. It was then that Kushina looked at Itake and said, So what are you doing here, Itake? Well, Lady Kushina, me and Naruto were returning from our mission to Kusagakuer, however before we could enter the Land of Fire we received a new mission which was to back your teams up. So then we picked up pace and came to the wave as soon as possible. When we arrived we saw you fighting and then made up a plan, which was Naruto helping Kakashi and me helping you. Itake explained, to which all the genin and Kushina nodded. Naruto then broke away from the twins and stood up before saying, I am going out to meditate, I will be back soon. Naruto went out to the forest and sat down before he closed his eyes and meditated. This exercise calmed him, and even if he didn't show it, he was a nervous wreck right now. He had almost lost the only family he ever had. He was thankful that he reached when he did, otherwise things could have gotten much more worse. After a while he said, You know you can come out. From the back Sayuri and Hinata came out looking slightly sheepish. Sayuri then spoke and asked, How did you know we were there? I sensed your chakra. Now why would you two highness meet someone as lowly as me? Naruto sarcastically asked. Why did you save us again? Hinata quietly asked. Oh, so you guys remember from back then? Well, to be honest, I moved on my own. There was no prior plan, I just did. Naruto answered. That doesn't make any sense. You make fun of us, hardly give us any attention, never talk to us, and yet you save us whenever we are in trouble. What's your problem? Sayuri shouted. Well, excuse me for not trying. After I saved you, I tried to talk to you guys a lot, but it was your family that always pushed me away. After that, I don't know what happened, but both of you became as you are. You started belittling me on every little thing. So don't blame me if I maintained my distance with you. Naruto shouted back. We tried, believe me, we did. The only thing our dads allowed us to do was visit you in the hospital, and then it was over. Hinata said. Don't make me laugh. Don't think I forgot what both of you said about me when I met with Izan and Yakumo. Allow me to quote your words, Sayuri. Well, I thought he would be different considering he saved me, but I guess it was just wishful thinking. And you, Hinata, who said, and I quote, I think I understand why everyone calls him a demon. It's because only a demon can befriend a demon. Yeah, maybe your family asked you not to talk to me, but after that day at the academy I at least knew who my true friends were. Naruto replied, his voice laced with sadness. Both Sayuri and Hinata looked down. After a while Hinata said, both of us changed because you didn't pay us attention. Both of us became cold hard bitches because we thought that you liked strength in a girl. We trained as hard as we could and even changed our attitudes so that we could perform brutal moves. She was however cut off when Naruto pulled both of them into hugs and said, I didn't want you to change. I would have understood if you followed what your families asked you to, but that day those words were your own. You couldn't expect me to stay the same after what you said. I will be willing to become your friend again, but that's as far as I will take it. I am reserving my heart for someone who deserves it. Now is that all? He asked as he let them go. Both girls nodded sadly and were about to leave when Naruto said, listen, don't let me hold you back, your lives are your own, go make your own future. I will support you along the way as a friend as long as your decisions are just. Both girls nodded and then left the clearing. That went rather well. Came Itachi's voice from behind him. I hope you didn't mind me being harsh on her. Naruto nervously said. Not at all, she needed that. Hopefully she wakes up to become even better than she already is. Itachi knowingly said, making Naruto smile. The next morning, all the Konohanins were seen sitting and waiting for breakfast. All except Naruto, who was helping Tsunami in cooking. When all of them had eaten, Kakashi cleared his throat and said, guys, Zabuza and Mainjutsu are alive. What? Screeched Sakura. How can they be alive, sensei? The hunter nins took them. Mito said as she shivered a little in fear. And that's exactly why they will be back. Normal hunter nin protocol is to cut the target's head as soon as possible and then burn the body. Since both the hunter nins took Zabuza and Mainjutsu away, it is safe to presume that they were fake and were working with the two ex-swordsmen of the mist. Naruto explained. How do you know all this, Dobe? Kiba asked with a shocked look. I read Kibble. Naruto said with a smirk as everyone else snickered at the nickname. Also, I am guessing that they will call for backup since me and Itachi-sensei showed up. I think you should train the others until the fight, Kakashi-Nissen, Kushina-sama. Me and Itachi-sensei will be able to protect Tajuna in the meantime. Naruto said. Yeah, that's right. However, another question comes to mind. Me, Itachi and Kushina-sama will be able to deal with Mainjutsu, Zabuza, and the backup they call, who will deal with their apprentices? Kakashi asked. I will deal with them. Naruto said. Are you sure you will be able to handle both of them? They will at least be at Chunin level. Kushina said with a worried look on her face. I will be able to hold both of them off until the three of you are done if I go all out. Naruto said. What do you mean all out? Does that mean you have holding back in the academy? Hinata. Yeah, I didn't use my Kekai Genka at the academy. Said Naruto. You have a Kekai Genka? Sayuri asked interestedly. Yes, it's called adamantine chains. Naruto said as he created 4 chains that came from his back. After a short pause, Kakashi clapped his hands and said, let's begin the training. Chapter 17, Wave Part 2. Okay then, since Naruto will be guarding Tajuna, the 3 of us will be training you guys. Mito and Narumi, you'll go with Kushina-sama. Sayuri and Hinata, you'll be under Itachi, and finally Kiba and Sakura, you will be under me. Hopefully the 3 of you will be able to protect Tajuna from any attack that may happen during the fight that will happen 1 week from now. Said Kakashi as he explained his training plan to the genins. After that, all of the genins left with their respective senseis to begin their training. With Kakashi asterisk. Alright then, we will start with you, Sakura. Over the past 3 months your physical conditioning and chakra reserves have exponentially grown. Because of that we will now be focusing mainly on techniques. Here this is a scroll that contains C to B rank genjutsus. I want you to learn them and be able to cast them quickly. After that here is a scroll on some low rank medical ninjutsu. Practice them, they actually may make a difference in the fight that will take place 10 days from now. Kakashi said as he handed Sakura 2 scrolls. Turning to Kiba he said, Kiba, I know that your family does not really use that many ninjutsu, but for survival in this mission it is a necessary evil. This scroll has several C-rank Doton jutsu. I want you to start practicing them until you can perform all of them without a break. There are 2 offensive jutsus in this scroll and 3 defensive ones. I want you to start practicing. Now I will be leaving a clone to supervise both of you. I will going to the bridge to help guard Tajuna. Kakashi said as he handed Kiba his scroll. Both the genin nodded and started practicing as Kakashi left the clearing to head to the bridge. With Itaki asterisk. Both of you already know the necessary basic jutsus and are quite proficient in your clan moves. Am I correct? Itaki asked. Both of the genin nodded in confirmation, which prompted Itaki to continue as he said, well, I will be training you to improve your dojutsus. Which is why we won't be using them during our training. And our training will consist of me attacking and you guys dodging. Any questions? Just one, how will we improve our dojutsus if we don't even use them? Sayuri asked in an annoyed tone. She was still mad about last night. Her Uchiha pride was getting in the way of seeing past her mistake. Though Hinata on the other hand was faring better and her kind side was resurfacing again. Look at it this way, foolish little sister, if you hone your body and reflexes without your dojutsus they automatically work better when you use them because you will be able to react to situations better and faster than your normal speed. Itaki explained. After seeing the nods of understanding from both the genins, Itaki took out a scroll and channeled a little chakra into it. It poofed and from it 8 bracklets appeared. He handed 4 to each of the 2 genin and said, these are chakra bracelets. I want you to wear them on your wrists and ankles and then channel your chakra into them. Itaki said and then waited for both Sayuri and Hinata to do what he had tasked them to. As soon as the unsuspecting genin channeled their chakra they were immediately brought on all fours with the drastic increase in weight. Both of them looked up and glared at Itaki, who was looking down on them with an amused expression on his face. Now then, stand up and get ready to dodge. The faster you move here the more your muscles will develop and your speed will drastically increase when you remove the weights. I will start with high genin speeds and will gradually increase them over the week. Itaki said. And then he began the beat down with both the genin desperately trying and failing to dodge him. With Kushina star. Okay then, Mito-chan, Narumi-chan, I will be teaching both of you 5 new A-rank jutsus, one of which was your dad's original creation, the Raise Non. I want you both to make as many clones as you can and then go through these scrolls before practicing these jutsus. Kushina said. Kachin, can we ask Oni-chan for help with the Raise Non? Mito asked. Wait, you are telling me he knows the Raise Non? Kushina asked in a shocked tone. Yeah, and he has a real mastery over it as well. He told us that he has created almost 16 variations of the Raise Non. Narumi excitedly answered. Kushina was initially shocked, but that shock was soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of pride. She was so proud of what her son had achieved. He is just like you, Minato. I am so proud of him and I am sure you would be proud of him as well. Kushina thought before she created a clone to supervise the twins, and she herself went to check on Naruto. She wanted to see him. With Kakashi asterisk. Finally making his way to the bridge, he saw several Naruto clones helping in the building, whereas Naruto himself was sitting on one of the corners and was staring off in a distance. Making his way towards him, Kakashi asked, "How's it going?" "It's alright, the progress has been hastened thanks to my clones, other than that it was boring." "You tell me, how is the training going?" Naruto casually replied. "It's going well, to be honest. By the way, is there anything I can help you with in your training?" Kakashi asked. "Well, I could use a few lightning jutsus. I have completed level 2 manipulation of all 3 of my elements. Sensei has taught me water and wind jutsus, but we didn't have time to work on lightning jutsus yet." Naruto answered. "Well, it's your lucky day then, I have a lightning affinity and would be more than happy to teach you 2 lightning jutsus that I created on my own. Kakashi said. Really, you let me copy your own creation? Naruto asked in a shocked voice. Yes, I would. You are sensei's legacy. It is kind of my duty to teach you. I really wanted to have you as my apprentice, but the council voted for me to teach Sayuri. Though if you are going to learn these jutsus, I need you to promise me one thing. Kakashi finished in a stern tone. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto curiously asked. You are to never use these techniques against a comrade or a shinobi of the leaf. Do you promise? Kakashi asked in a serious tone. I promise, sensei. What you teach me will only be used to protect the village and nothing else. Naruto answered in an honest tone. Kakashi smiled and said, Now look carefully. Said Kakashi as he went through the hand signs. Ox, rabbit, monkey. As he finished, lightning chakra had suddenly concentrated on his palm. The sound of birds chirping could be heard. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the complexity of that jutsu through his Sharingan. This is Chidori, an rank assassination jutsu that is my personal creation. How do you like it? Kakashi asked, amused as he saw Naruto's dumbfounded expression. That's awesome, Kakashi-sensei. It's like the raised non. Naruto excitedly said. That is right, I based this move on the raised non using pure lightning manipulation. Now look carefully for the second jutsu. Said Kakashi as he went through the same hand signs, but instead of the normal Chidori, a sword made of pure lightning appeared. Naruto knew that this move was immensely more powerful than Chidori. And this is an S-rank assassination jutsu Reikari, another one of my personal creations. Kakashi said. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, you are a genius. Both these moves are amazing. Naruto said as he created 4 clones and sent them to practice both of the jutsus. Sensei, there is something I need to talk to you about. Said Naruto, his voice uncharacteristically serious. What is it, Naruto? Kakashi asked. What would you do if your parent abandoned you and then came back to you asking for forgiveness? Naruto asked. It's about your mother, right? Naruto, I think you should forgive her. She needs you, Naruto. I know she made a mistake when she left you. But Naruto, you need to see that she had just given birth, had a demon literally ripped out of her and lost her husband. She was mentally exhausted and was a human. Your reasoning is very much valid. She made a mistake, but she is trying very hard to repent, but now you are the one who is making the mistake. Don't hold on or repeat the past. Give your mother a chance before making a permanent decision that you may come to regret later on in your life. Kakashi said in a big brotherly voice. But sensei, you don't know how I am feeling right now. Naruto answered through gritted teeth in a frustrated tone. On contrary, I know exactly how you feel. Instead, I never had a second chance. My dad committed suicide when I 4. He abandoned me at the mercy of the world, but I never had the chance that you have the chance to get back with your family who genuinely want you back. Kakashi spoke in an emotionless tone. What happened next surprised Kakashi. Naruto stood up and tightly hugged him and said, I am sorry I was out of line. I am afraid that she will leave me again if I let her back in. Kakashi crouched down and hugged Naruto back and whispered, in life the only thing certain is death, before that every decision is one's own. I know there are at times when the heart desires something but the doubt is still strong. It is at these moments that a person needs to take a leap of faith. That is what you need, Naruto. Give her a chance, she deserves it to say the least. Kakashi then got up and turned around and walked back to his students. It was then that Kushina appeared and walked up to Naruto and said, Naruto, how are you doing? Being the emotional mess he currently was, Naruto launched himself at Kushina and hugged her as he started sobbing. Kushina immediately hugged him back and started rocking him and spoke soothing words into his ear in an attempt to calm him down. What's wrong, Sachi? She worriedly asked. I am sorry, I have been an irrational jerk. I should have given you a chance to at least explain you did what you did. Naruto shakily replied. I am sorry too. I have no excuse for what I did that night. It was my worst mistake ever. I can only apologize to you. Please give me a chance, I will do everything I can to make it up to you. I am so sorry. She whispered back as tears began leaving her eyes as well. I forgive you, Kachin. Naruto stuttered as he continued crying. My Sachi. Kushina shouted before she started crying herself. Both of them stayed in each other's embrace for a while before they broke apart. After that Kushina started touching Naruto and said, "Now stay still so that I can get a good look at you. Oh my god, you are a near carbon copy of Minato, you better be prepared for when you become older. You have countless girls coming after you. Kachin, stop it, you are embarrassing me," Naruto said as he tried to fight back a blush that was coming onto his cheeks. Kushina chuckled at his embarrassment and they both then started talking. Naruto told her all about his life, how he was kicked out and beaten from the orphanage, how he beat the Kyumo Jonin, all about his training, his Kekai Genka and his very own spiral release. Needless to say, Kushina was ecstatic when she learned that her son was halfway through level 6 at Sealing and had also started learning the Whirlpool sword style. She immediately offered to teach him in both of these fields, to which he immediately accepted. It was a chance for both of them to gain ground in each other's lives and then move on. They talked for a couple of hours, after which both of them along with Tajuna returned home. At home all of the genins noticed a change in Naruto. His smile felt more real and his eyes looked much brighter than their usual selves. The reason was soon revealed when Tsunami asked, "What would you guys like for breakfast tomorrow?" Both Kushina and Naruto shouted at the same time, "Ramen." "Are you sure ramen isn't exactly a breakfast dish?" Tsunami asked and almost instantly regretted it. Ramen is food fit for the gods, Databia/Databane. Both Kushina and Naruto answered at the same time before looking at each other in shock. "Databane?" Kushina questioned in shock. "Databia?" Naruto questioned back. "Databane?" Kushina exclaimed in happiness. "Databia?" Naruto exclaimed in the same way before both of them hugged each other. What just happened?" Hinata asked the question which was in everyone's mind. "Oh, it's a thing about Uzumakis. When they get into a phase of extreme emotions they unknowingly speak an extra word which can be thought of as a verbal tic," Itaka calmly explained. Everyone nodded before they started eating. Naruto was making small talk with nearly everyone. Given the fact that he had mended his bridges, with Sayuri, Hinata, his mom, he had a lot of topics to talk about. Until. "Why do you try? You will all die in the end, Gato is too strong," Inari, Tsunami's son, shouted. "Maybe for you kid, but for trained shinobi us he isn't even cow fodder," Naruto answered calmly. "What would you know about pain? I bet you have all lived sheltered lives in that ninja village of yours. You don't know what suffering is," the young boy yelled back. Before anyone could defuse the situation, a potent ki was felt in the room. Naruto then looked at Inari, his eyes having a cold hard look in them, and he then spoke and said, "Tell me, have you ever to see your best friends die in front of you? Have you ever lost your family just because a family member of yours had become power hungry? Tell me, have you ever been beaten, almost raped? Tell me, have you ever been hated and scorned by the very village you have sworn to protect? Tell me, have you ever had to struggle to get food to survive? I had to scavenge food from the garbage for 6 months before my Jiji found me and got me my apartment. So tell me, brat, what the hell do you know about suffering?" Naruto shouted. He then removed his shirt, revealing a body full of scars. He then glared at the wide-eyed boy and said, "When you look like this, then you will have a right to complain about life. Until then, shut up and stop judging others." He then grabbed his shirt and said, "I will out in the forest, I need to lose some steam." Itaka nodded at that, giving him permission to go. Kushina wanted to follow him but was stopped by Kakashi, who just shook his head. "Sensei, I understand the reference about you and Sayuri-chan. But Naruto's life can't have been that bad, right? And those scars, they must have come through training, right?" Sakura asked, her voice almost pleading for them to agree with her. The twins and Hinata seemed close to tears, and Kushina was mentally planning torture sessions for all those who hurt Naruto. "You are right in a way, Sakura, but what Naruto told you was actually a Suguru-coded version of what happened. Me and Itaka were there when he got his scars. Believe me when I say that it was the worst condition I had ever seen of someone who was only 4 years old. He was nearly dead before we rescued him. Then something worse happened when he 6. His attackers didn't hit his vitals and beat him for the sole reason of breaking his mind. In this attack he was almost raped before the Hokage killed his assailants. But the worst thing is that the second attack had been ordered by the council and the ones to carry it out had been the Hyaga." He finished in a sad tone, causing everyone to flinch. "That poor kid. Tsunami said as she brought her hands to her mouth. All the girl genins were now openly crying with tears streaming down their faces. Kiba felt bad for the way he treated Naruto when they were younger. He realized that Naruto was the real alpha. He had a never-give-up attitude and was immensely strong in Kiba's opinion. He made a mental vow to apologize and make it up to Naruto as soon as possible. Kushina for her part felt even worse than before. She indirectly held herself responsible for what Naruto had suffered and hoped that she could give him the comfort and unconditional love that he desperately needed in his life. No one ate dinner that night, all lost in thought about their enigmatic maelstrom. How are you this strong? I crumbled under simple pressure, but you? You still stand after all that. Why don't you hate me? My family was involved in that attack. Hinata thought as she sobbed for the blonde. Sachi/Nissen. I am sorry. The twins and Kushina thought. With Naruto asterisk. Naruto was seen punching the trees as hard as he could. After a while he stopped and screamed out in frustration. It was then that he was suddenly pulled into something and he lost his consciousness. The last thing that he remembered was his grandfather's words: rage is a dangerous emotion, if you let it take over you, you lose everything and may end up losing everything you have. So remember to always have a calm mind and to never be unjustly angry. After a while he regained his consciousness and felt two unknown presences near him. He immediately opened his eyes to see a boy and a girl around his age. The boy was wearing normal dress clothes, had white hair, blue eyes, and had a feral look on his face. The girl on the other hand had a cute face, brown eyes, brown hair, and was wearing a pink kimono. So how can I help you? Naruto asked. Oh, we were just collecting some medicinal herbs when we found you. You shouldn't sleep outside, you may catch a cold. The girl said. Don't worry about me, I have never gotten a cold in my life. My name is Naruto, what's yours? Naruto asked. My name is Haku and he is Suijutsu. Are you a ninja? The girl asked. Yeah, I am, I kinda was training here before I fell asleep. So how are Zabuza and Mainjutsu? Naruto casually asked, saw that both of his acquaintances had visibly tensed. Relax, I am not going to tell anyone. I recognized your chakra signatures from back then. Naruto said. The girl relaxed whereas the boy still had his guard up. Naruto then said, so what's a girl like you doing traveling with a ninja like Zabuza? Zabuza-sama saved me when I was kid and has raised me since then. So I owe it to him. Oh, and by the way, I am a boy. Haku said. Please, I call bullshit. There is on way you are a boy. Why? 1. You are wearing pink, 2. You have a feminine figure and a cute face, and last but not the least I can see the bandages around your chest area. Naruto replied with a scoff. The girl blushed red and screamed hentai whereas the boy just laughed. A flustered Haku was a very rare event to see and this blonde was capable of doing it quite easily. Naruto then stood up and said, well, I guess I will go now, see you guys in 8 days. I hope that we can become friends after all this is over. Both Suijutsu and Haku nodded at that as they watched Naruto leave. Chapter 18, Wave Part 3. It had been 8 days since Naruto had met both Suijutsu and Haku. Right now all of the Konoha except Kiba were at the bridge. Kiba had stayed behind to protect Tajuna's family in case Gato's men tried anything funny. The bridge was enveloped by a thick mist. As soon as it appeared, Itachi looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, do it. Naruto without any confirmation weaved through a set of hands at a quick pace before shouting, wind style ultimate great breakthrough. He fired a giant torrent of wind from his mouth. The gigantic torrent of wind immediately cleared the mist away. As soon the mist cleared Zabuza, Mainjutsu, Haku, Suijutsu, and another shinobi who was wielding twin blades. So you guys finally showed. Kakashi said as he brought out his Sharingan. Itachi activated his eyes. Whereas Kushina released her chains and unsheathed her Kodaki. It's a rematch from last time with the same matchup. Itachi Uchiha, to even things out, I called an old acquaintance for help. Here is Reiga Kushimaru. Also this time our apprentices will be fighting. Zabuza sneered and said as he and his team got his stances. Before anyone could answer or move, Naruto clapped his hands and said Kai. He was then covered by seals that all broke. Naruto then cracked his neck and looked at Haku and Suijutsu and said, "So which one of you will be my opponent first?" Haku stepped forward and pointed to a clearing at the right side of where they were standing. Nodding but not removing his eyes from Haku, both of them moved and began a stare-off. Suijutsu was then confronted by Sayuri and Hinata with the twins and Sakura guarding Tajuna. All the ninjas were staring at each other. The air was so tense that it could cut by a knife. In a blink of an eye, all 6 jonins disappeared in a burst of speed, and the only thing that could be seen was 6 blurs flying around, accompanied by sounds metal clashing with metal. Kakashi vs Zabuza *. Kakashi was holding 2 kunai in reverse grips and was clashing against Zabuza. Kuro Kabuchi. Zabuza was using his normal style of pure power, whereas Kakashi was countering him with his reflexes and the Sharingan. Kakashi, having the advantage in pace and prediction, had managed to get in a few cuts. It was then that both of them simultaneously managed to knock their weapons out of their hands. They then jumped back and created a little distance between each other. "Damn it, ninjutsu is out, the only option I have is taijutsu," thought Zabuza as he charged forward on the offensive. Not suspecting him to charge, Kakashi was hit by several of Zabuza's punches before he went on the defensive. This went on until Kakashi poofed of in smoke, surprising Zabuza, who did not turn around in time and was hit by a mighty haymaker which caused him to fly into a tree and then land with a thud. Kakashi quickly went through several hand signs and shouted, "Summoning jutsu." As soon as he said, several dogs appeared in puffs of smoke. Kakashi then said, "Hold him down while I finish him off." The Ninken nodded and all of them bit Zabuza, holding him in place. While Kakashi was charging a Chidori, he was about to thrust it into Zabuza when Itaka vs Reiga *. Itaki and Reiga were clashing with swords. Reiga was using his twin Kiba blades, with Itaka countering the moves with his Tanto. Itaka then replaced himself with a clone and went through several hand signs at a lightning quick pace before shouting, "Fire style great fireball jutsu." He fired a giant fireball from his mouth, which Reiga saw and promptly dodged. He however failed to notice 2 clones sneak up on him. Both of the clones in one swift motion latched themselves on Reiga. As Reiga struggled to get free, Itaka made a ram sign and said, "Exploding clone jutsu." Both the clones exploded, leaving his immediate vicinity smoky. Itaka however was forced to dodge a couple of lightning streams that came toward him. Turning his attention around, he saw Reiga still standing. His clothes were in tatters, he had several burns and bleeding cuts, he was also breathing heavily, but he was still in fighting condition. "I would advise you to stop and give up. No matter how strong of an A rank you are, you can't defeat an S rank on your own," Itaka said in a monotone voice. "Hey, I don't really get into fights like these anymore. It is way too interesting to give up now," Reiga said as he crossed his blades at Itaka. "I see, then you leave me with no choice," Itaka said as his eyes morphed from the normal Sharingan into the main Jakyu Sharingan. Looking dead into Reiga's eyes, Itaka muttered, "Tsukuyomi." After 3 seconds, Reiga dropped down on the floor exhausted. Itaka sighed and turned his Sharingan off before he rubbed them to reduce the irritation in them. He was then about to kill Reiga when Kushina vs Mainjutsu *. Kushina and Mainjutsu were both firing a wide variety jutsus at each other and were waiting for an opening to land a finishing. Unbeknownst to Mainjutsu, he was playing directly into Kushina's trap. Before they had started clashing, Kushina had created several seal-less clones and had hung them into different materials so that they could fit in with the surroundings. The clones were busy getting a sealing array ready. As soon as it was ready, Kushina released her chains and deflected Mainjutsu's incoming water dragon, before immediately firing a water vortex jutsu at him. Being an S-rank ninja, Mainjutsu easily dodged Kushina's attack but failed to see that the place he had landed was a sealing array. Kushina smirked at that and brought up a one-handed ram and said, "Uzumaki-style 7-point seal, fun." As soon as she said that Mainjutsu was trapped, he wasn't able to move even an inch of his body. Sighing, Mainjutsu looked at her and said, "It seems you win, Benihime. It was a good fight." "Damn right it was, Databane," Kushina said with a wink which caused Mainjutsu to blush a little. Something Kushina was too oblivious to notice. With Suijutsu, Sayuri, and Hinata *. Suijutsu charged forward and attacked both the girls at once. He made a downward swipe with his sword which was intercepted by two Kunao courtesy of Sayuri. She managed to keep Suijutsu locked in his place while Hinata got behind him and shouted, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata in one quick motion hit 32 of Suijutsu's chakra points, shutting them down and temporarily blocked them. He became paralyzed for a moment. A moment which Sayuri fully utilized and immediately tied Suijutsu with a ninja wire. He sighed a little bit and said, what a bummer. Sayuri looked a little shocked and said, is killing a game for you? No. Our senseis may kill but me and Haku avoid it if we can. I was just going to knock you both out before helping Haku with Naruto. Suijutsu nonchalantly replied. He then looked at Hinata and said, you really are good. What's your name? I am Hinata Hyuga of the great Hyuga clan. She put up her act of arrogance. Hinata, that's a cute name. My name is Suijutsu but you can call me Sui-kun. He said with a wink. Hinata blushed slightly before looking away while Suijutsu smirked victoriously. Sayuri just looked on a little confusedly. What was happening here, she incredulously thought. However, her thoughts were interrupted when Naruto vs Haku *. You know we shouldn't fight. I know for a fact that Gato and his thugs will try to overwhelm us. When all of us are weakened. Naruto said. How do you know that Gato is coming? Haku asked as she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I am a sensory nin. I sensed a large number of civilian signatures coming from the direction you guys just came from. That's how. Naruto casually replied. How long until they get here? Haku asked. They should be here in 10 minutes. While we wait, why don't you tell me about yourself? Naruto asked. Very well. I was originally from Kiri. Suddenly they started something called a bloodline purge. The Yondaime Mizukage thought and convinced most of the population that people with bloodlines were actually demons themselves, hence beginning the purge. When I was 5 I activated my Hayatan bloodline. I was excited and quickly showed it to my mom. She quickly told me to turn it off and to never tell anyone about it. However, my father saw it and killed my mom. He almost killed me but I escaped. I stayed on the streets for a year, after which Zabuza found me and took me in. That's my life story. Would you like to share yours? Haku said. I guess I will. I am the Jun hierarchy of the Kyuibis soul. Due to lack of knowledge on seals, everyone thought that I was the demon reincarnate. Because of this I became the village pariah. Shopkeepers would overcharge me and sell me expired products. No one would ever talk to me. And most of all, I was beaten to a near-death state nearly every year on my birthday. That was until Jiji found me and placed me in the academy and got me my own place. He also introduced me to several shopkeepers who did not have a bias against me. I was happy. Then when I graduated I learned that I had a family, 2 sisters. They are those 2 adorable redheads guarding Tajuna. I grew even happier. Now I will say I am satisfied with my life. Naruto replied. Haku was about to reply when the sounds of marching was heard. All of the shinobi turned to look at the source, which was a small army of bandits, nearly 200, being led by Gato. So you failed, huh? That's good, now I can kill all of you at once. Men, kill them all except the girls, they could be worth good money. Especially the red-headed ones, they look delicious. Gato said with a perverted leer. All of the ninjas were now standing together to fight the bandits. Given the level they were on, 5 jonins could easily take on and kill mere bandits no matter what number. However, before either side could move, the whole area was engulfed in a very potent killing intent. It froze all the bandits in place, caused all the genins to collapse on their knees, while the jonins remained unaffected. Turning around, they saw that Naruto was the one emitting the killing intent. Naruto removed the seal on his eyes and activated his Sharingan, chakra chains, and unsheathed his sword. His overall appearance could now be described as intimidating. Turning to the jonins he said, I will take care of this, don't interfere. All of them nodded and stepped back. Gato laughed and said, kid, you must be a fool to think you can take on 200 men alone. Naruto didn't answer. He held up his left hand and did some one-handed seals, causing the area around the bandits to be covered with mist. This surprised the genin, and the rogue mist nins, but no one spoke at that moment. Naruto then disappeared in a burst of speed, and soon the area was filled with cries of pain, shouts for mercy, and sounds of blood splashing on the ground. Everyone waited with bated breath to see what was happening. Kakashi, Itachi, and Kushina were hoping that Naruto didn't kill anyone, as the number of kills would be too high to handle for a 12-year-old. Soon the mist cleared away and everyone saw all the bandits on the ground dead, bleeding, with some missing a limb or two. Naruto on the other hand was covered with blood and was standing in front of Geto with a look of pure hatred on his face. Before he could kill him, sounds of footsteps could be heard. Turning around, everyone saw Kiba leading the villagers. All of them had a weapon in their hands. It was then that Inari shouted, "Naruto Nissen, we are here. I took your advice and finally did something about it." Naruto chuckled and wrapped his chains around Geto, lifting him into the air and then tossing him right in front of the villagers and saying, "Do what you want with him." The villagers roared in approval before dragging Geto away. He was going to pay for all of his crimes today. When everyone left, Naruto looked around impaled. He was surrounded by dead bodies of people he killed. He ran to a bush and puked before he started hyperventilating. Seeing this, Kushina and the twins ran towards him. Kushina immediately wrapped him into a hug and was rocking him soothingly, with the girls looking on with looks of worry on their faces. That must have been rough on the kid. Normally there is 1 kill at your first time, not 200. Mainjitsu said. I agree, it looks like the kid is having a panic attack, but you can't deny he has skill. Zabuza said. Itachi and Kakashi didn't say anything, they merely looked on in worry. The rest of the genin all were having different thoughts. I should ask him how he became this strong, it will help me beat Itachi. Sayuri thought. Damn, no doubts now, he is the alpha, he killed everyone who dared threaten his pack. Kiba thought. Naruto, you really are a hero. I am sorry that I treated you badly without knowing the real you. Looking at you, this must have been very hard on you. Thought Sakura. Naruto. Hinata sadly thought. He is truly strong if he is able to go through those lengths to protect his precious ones. Haku thought, whereas Suijutsu kept an impassive look on his face. Turning to Mainjitsu, Itachi asked, what will you guys be doing now? Mizabuza and Reiga will be joining the rebels in the Kiri civil war. We haven't decided on where to drop of the kids. We don't want them to see war so soon. Mainjitsu replied. How about you send them with us to Konoha, they can become Naruto's genin teammates. Since they aren't listed as shinobi, they can't be classified as missing nin. Kakashi said. No, that's not gonna happen. I decided against leaving the kids behind. Even if it's a civil war, the only way I fight is if Haku is protected, so I will take her with me. Zabuza said. In that case it seems that Suijutsu will be leaving with me as well, said Mainjitsu as he and Zabuza motioned their apprentices to follow them, and then they left. Back with Naruto, he had finally calmed down in his mother's embrace. He looked at her and quietly said, I am a monster, I killed them. Kushina looked at him and firmly said, listen to me, Sachi, you aren't a monster. Those men would have harmed your sisters if they got their hands on them. Not that they could have achieved that since I trained them so well. But you need to know that you did the right thing protecting your family. Naruto looked at her with a grateful look in his eyes before he asked, does it get any easier? It does over time, but one must never enjoy killing. As long as you try and avoid it and don't enjoy killing, you are fine and human, not a monster. Kushina said. Naruto gave a thankful nod before he fell asleep in Kushina's motherly embrace. She picked him up and the family of 4 started returning home. Kachin, will Nichin be okay? Mito asked worriedly. Yes, he will be fine, he is just tired and needs a little sleep. Kushina replied. Any Mito, remember when you asked you will protect Nichin? I thought about it and decided that we will protect Ni-chan in change. Databeza. Narumi said, to which Mito nodded before both of them exclaimed their verbal tick loudly as they punched the air. Kushina and the others chuckled at them before they all returned to Tajuna's home. Time skip 1 week later. After a week the bridge had been completed. Naruto was being hailed as the hero of the wave as he single-handedly beat Geto and his bandits. The pure look of joy and gratitude in the eyes of the people convinced Naruto that what he did was right. He then made a vow to never make an unnecessary kill, but that didn't mean he wouldn't if there was no other choice. Naruto also found that he now had a fan club in the wave. It was because of this that he mostly hid in Tajuna's house for the remainder of their stay at the wave. Currently the Konohinin were at the gates bidding the villagers goodbye. Promise you will come visit again, Nissen. Inari said to Naruto. The young boy was trying his hardest to hold back his tears. Naruto smiled at the boy and bent down and hugged the boy. He then said, "Yeah, no, it's okay to cry tears of joy, and don't worry, I will definitely visit you." The boy then broke into tears and hugged Naruto tightly. Naruto then rubbed his back, slowly soothing the boy before he stood up. He along with the group turned to leave. As they were leaving, Naruto's fangirls appeared and they shouted, "Naruto-sama, don't leave, give us your babies." Needless to say that Kushina and the twins had to be held back to ensure that they didn't rip those girls to pieces. As they walked into the distance, Tajuna turned to the villagers and said, "What should we name the bridge?" "I think the Great Tajuna Bridge sounds good, don't you think so?" "No," came the collective response of all the villagers. "Then what?" Tajuna asked with a sigh. Inari thought for a while before saying, "The Great Naruto Bridge." Everyone agreed to this, and soon the bridge was named as the Great Naruto Bridge, with a plan to set up a statue to commemorate their hero. Chapter 20, Chunin Exams Part 1. It had been 3 months since the mission to the Wave Country. Naruto was now nearing the level of High Chunin. Thanks to the help of his mother, his training in seals and Kenjutsu had progressed very rapidly. He was now a level 7 seals master and had mastered 25% of katas for both Itoryu and Swirl style. He and his mother had also devised and installed privacy and security seals around his home and training ground, keeping out prying eyes and some other interested individuals. The highlight of the 3 months would have to be when Naruto used a premature version of his father's Flying Thunder God technique. He knew it was the right technique. How? He teleported as soon as he threw his own 3-pronged kunao. It was premature. Why? Because it automatically activated the teleport, and he couldn't control it, and 2, it cost him way too much chakra to pull off. Because of that, he decided not to use the technique until he reached the higher subtleties of the Hirishin seal. He had been working on it in his father's space-time absorption barrier for almost 4 years now. He estimated that both moves were around 25% complete. He sighed as he felt that they were going way too slowly. But he quickly reminded himself that his father was a sealing genius, his seals were based of his blood and only those who were directly related to him could use them. It was because of this that both Kushina and Jiraiya weren't able to master his seals, despite both of them being seal masters in their own rights. This thought made him smile. He knew that both of these moves were steps to getting closer to his father spiritually. He couldn't wait to one day show his dad that he had mastered both of his signature techniques. Since Jiji said his dad was watching him from heaven, he would be the first person to know of his accomplishment. Over the past 3 months, Naruto had performed 15 C rank missions, 8 B rank mission and 2 A ranks. His record in missions was near flawless. The reports also put the things in his favor, as they mentioned Naruto sticking to his superior's order and carrying out all the orders he got with minimal work. It also mentioned that was capable of adapting and changing the plan on the field to ensure the success of the mission without risking lives. Both Mikoto and Kushina had been quick to reprimand Naruto and Itaka for going on a ranks. Both of them did the smart thing and shut up, taking in all of the scolding. After that, both Mikoto and Kushina gushed at Naruto, saying that despite his recklessness they were proud of him and was a great shinobi. Mito, Narumi and Hinata had been progressing greatly under Kushina's tutelage and were all mid-Chunin level. They had gone on 8 C ranks missions in the past 3 months, and after watching Naruto's skill with seals they had taken an interest themselves and were halfway through level 1. Kushina was very pleased when they asked her help, which she happily provided. Even Sayuri, Kiba and Sakura had progressed greatly. Sayuri, thanks to her Sharingan, was taking in jutsus like a dry sponge to water. Kiba had dropped a little of his pride and had started learning a couple more taijutsu styles, along with learning at least 1 new jutsu a month. Sakura had improved the most of this group. She had focused on being the long-range support in the team. Thanks to her impeccable chakra control and growing reserves, she had become a genjutsu prodigy in her own right and was fairly skilled in medical ninjutsu. Overall, Sayuri was mid-Chunin level, Kiba was low Chunin and Sakura was high Genin. It wasn't just them, the other rookies had progressed a lot under their senseis. Yakumo under Kurane had finally met her true potential and could successfully hold solid genjutsus for a good while. Shino had taken up a little of both Tai and ninjutsu so as to be able to hold his ground when faced with unfavorable circumstances. Izan was the strongest member of his team. His skill with his family's taijutsu and bojutsu was second to none in his age, and he was the only boy in the rookies who could face up to Naruto at full power. His skill with both fire and earth made him all the more formidable. He was bordering high Chunin level, with Yakumo and Shino both being low Chunin level. The only team with 2 high genins and 1 low genin were Team Asuma. The main reason was the inherited laziness this team had, and no matter what the sensei did he was unable to bring them out of it. All except of Ino, who despite being energetic didn't train and worked more on impressing boys than training to improve her skills as a shinobi. Currently we see Naruto walking in the streets towards a bridge. Itaki had called him there to tell him about something important. Soon he reached his destination, where he found Team 11 to be waiting. Upon seeing him both his sisters barreled into him while shouting Onichan. Unable to contain the force, he fell back down with both of them on his side. He chuckled before hugging them back and patting their heads. That was uncool /pftt, what an idiot / I wonder if a person could die like that. Thought 3 pairs of eyes as they looked onto the scene in front of them. They were far away, hoping not to be spotted. However, Naruto sat up and looked over in their direction with a serious look on his face. It only happened for a second before he turned away and put on a smile again. This elicited surprised thoughts from the group of 3 again. He knows we are here / how did he spot us from over there / he is skilled much more than others we have seen here. The group of 3 thought. Soon, however, both Kushina and Itaki appeared. So sensei, what did you call us for? Naruto asked the question all the genins had in their mind. As you know, the Chunin exams are coming up. And Kushina-sama and I have decided to recommend you for the exams. Naruto, you are a special case, you will take the exam solo as you do not have a team. Itaki explained as he handed the genin their forms. This is amazing, we can finally prove we are strong. Mito exclaimed with Narumi and Hinata nodding in agreement. Naruto chuckled at his sister's enthusiasm, which caused all 3 of them to glare at him. Enai-chan, what's so funny? Mito asked in a very sweet voice. Sweating a little, Naruto quickly replied and said, oh, it was funny when you said you wanted to prove your strength, but you have already proved it with your mission record. Mito smiled and nodded before she began talking to her friends again. This time Kushina spoke and said, if you want to take the exams, fill in those forms and submit them into the academy by Friday. Now Mito, Narumi, let's go home. You want to come, Naruto? Over the months she had tried to get Naruto to stay with them, but he rejected the notion, saying he was used to living alone and being independent. Kushina had reluctantly agreed only after Naruto agreed that he would eat with them at least twice a week. Not today, I have some things to do today. Naruto said as he pocketed his form and left, with the 3 figures fast on his tail. As he was walking, he noticed a square rock with 2 perfectly shaped eye holes following him. He chuckled as he knew exactly who it was. He cast a sideways glance to the trio following him, letting them know that he was very much aware of their presence and would not hesitate to retaliate if they tried anything. He turned around and said, all right you 3, that's enough, come out now. The rock disappeared in the puff of smoke and our very own Kano Amaru Corps revealed themselves. Hey boss, how are you? We haven't seen you in months. Kano Amaru said. Sorry little bro, I had to go on a lot of missions outside the village. In fact, I just got home from my last mission yesterday. Naruto said. Boss, you are amazing, you are already performing missions outside the village despite being a fresh out of the academy genin. Udon said with stars in his eyes. Hey, now you are embarrassing me. How about this, since I am free today I will spend the entire day with you. Maybe even cook you something. How does that sound? Naruto said with a grin, knowing the response he would get. Alright. Let's play ninja first. The 3 of them shouted and ran off. Chuckling, Naruto set off and quickly found both Mogi and Udon. He was on his way when he heard Kano Amaru scream, let me go. Not wasting any time, Naruto rushed to the source at top speed and found Kano Amaru being held from the collar by the ugliest girl he had ever seen. She was wearing a cat-like outfit and had a lot of makeup on. On the girl's side was another girl who had blonde pigtails and was quite the looker. Both of them were wearing the Suna headband. Naruto then said, "Excuse me miss, can you please let my friend go?" he said as the blonde girl started chuckling whereas his three tailors were snickering. "I am a boy, you idiot. And no, he bumped into me. I won't let him go until I teach him a lesson," the cat boy said. He reared his fist back and was about to strike Konohamaru when he felt metal near his throat. Looking back, he was shocked to find Naruto behind him. He had a battle-hardened look in his eyes which promised the cat-like boy unimaginable pain. The blonde-haired girl was about to act to help her teammate, but she found a clone holding a sword to her throat. "Who the hell is this guy? I didn't even see him move or make any hand signs." Both the Sunanin thought. "He is so cool / this guy is a monster, how is he still a genin / I wonder if I have to fight him he will kill me." The three nin tailing Naruto thought. "I wasn't asking you, cat makeup clown. Let me rephrase what I said, drop the kid or your head leaves your shoulder," Naruto said in a cold voice. It caused the cat-like boy to wince and he readily let go of Konohamaru, who ran off after thanking Naruto. Naruto then shined back to the front and said, "I take it you are here for the Chunin exams, so I would advise you to take your partner from the tree and head back to your hotel before you cause an international incident." Both of the Sunanin's eyes widened as they turned to look at the tree which Naruto had mentioned to see a red head with a gourd look at them impassively. "Jigara, we were just..." The cat-like boy started but was cut off when the red-headed boy disappeared in a Sanshuisan, reappearing in front of the two. He said, "Kankuro, Tamari, you are disgrace, stop it." "But Gaara, they started it." Kankuro tried to argue. "You are annoying, shut up or I will kill you," Gaara said in a voice which promised death. Gaara then turned and said to Naruto, "Forgive my teammates, I will ensure they stay in line. May I know your name?" "Naruto Uzumaki, yours?" Naruto asked back. "Gaara no Subaku. We shall meet in the Chunin exams." "Naruto Uzumaki, mother finds your blood interesting," Gaara said as he turned around and led his teammates away. Naruto sighed before turning to his side and said, "So how long do you three intend to play cat?" As soon as he said that, three figures jumped out and landed in front of him. One was a girl with tan face, she had fiery red hair with earrings on her ears. She also had a sword strapped on her back. The next was a tanned boy with white hair, he had a lollipop in his mouth and had a bored expression on his face. As soon as he saw the third figure he felt his breath leaving him. Standing in front of him was the prettiest girl he had ever seen. She was blonde with mid-back length hair. She had beautiful bluish-green eyes. She had a decent C-cup bust which for her age was very developed. As much as he tried he couldn't stop himself from directly looking at her and saying beautiful. She herself was looking at Naruto and couldn't help but think handsome. The blonde-haired girl caught his look and what he said. She blushed slightly but didn't say anything. Naruto then shook his head and said, who are you guys and why are you following me?" "We are here for the Chunin exams and you are the strongest competitor, so it's obvious we would try to gain information on our obstacles," the red-headed girl answered. "That sounds fair. What are your names?" "Mine's Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto asked. "Samui," the blonde girl answered. "Karui," the redhead answered. "Umwa," the whitehead answered. "Wow, your names totally rhyme, so what are you guys up to?" Naruto asked. Well, we decided to explore the village but got lost and then we saw you and decided to spy on you. Now that we have admitted, you will report us to the authorities. They will arrest us and then the Raikage will be forced to pay our ransom. Because of this mistake we will be stripped of our shinobi license and be banished," Umwa said as he ranted on before he got hit on the head by Karui, who shouted, "Shut up, you idiot. Ah, Karui, don't take out your anger on being a flat chest on me," Umwa retorted back. After which Karui punched him into the ground. Naruto's sweat dropped at the scene and turned to Samui and asked, "Are they always like this?" "Pretty much," she replied with a nod. You wanna go eat somewhere?" he asked her, hoping she would agree. "No, we will return to our hotel. Goodbye," said Samui as she signaled her teammates to follow her. He was so pretty / cute, thought Naruto and Samui respectively as they moved back towards their lodgings. Time skip. Day of the exam *. Naruto was walking toward the academy for the first part of the exam. As he turned the last corner he saw Team 7 entering the building. He shrugged and entered. After climbing the first 2 flights of stairs he saw several candidates were attempting to get past a door, but were being stopped. Turning on his Sharingan he saw that it was a genjutsu and realized it must have been set up to weed out the weaklings. Nodding to himself he climbed the rest of the stairs and entered the real exam room, which only had the team from Suna and the team from Kumo. As soon as he entered both Samui and his eyes met before they both blushed and looked away. Going into one of the corners he leaned back on the wall and closed his eyes. There were still 2 hours left for the test to begin. He however was wondering why his sisters weren't here. They could easily have seen through a genjutsu thanks to the Byakugan. He then realized that they must have been waiting for Team 6. Nodding to himself he decided to train his sensor abilities to the next level and read the feelings that others had at a certain moment. He felt boredom come from Amwa, excitement from Karui, and finally what surprised him was confusion from Samui. Her chakra felt conflicted as if she was going through an internal war. Shrugging he turned his attention to the Suna team. Kankuro felt confident and excited, Tamari was confident in Gaara. As soon as Naruto felt Gaara he went on high alert. This was not your average genin. The amount of bloodlust his chakra was oozing was unreal. He decided to inform the authorities as soon as he could so as to avoid any unnecessary life loss during the exams. As time went by one the teams entered the hall until 5 minutes before the exam the rest of the rookies entered. Keeble looked around and after spotting the rookies he loudly exclaimed, well looky here, all of the rookie 13 made it. We are going to kick some major ass. As he said that all the other genins turned to glare at the group. Ino was shaking under the key whereas the others looked impassive. Suddenly a boy having silver hair, in a ponytail hairstyle appeared. He was wearing circle-shaped glasses as well. You should probably quieten down, you don't want to paint a target on your back, said a tall boy with silver hair and circular glasses that looked 2 or 3 years older than the rookie genin. Who are you, said Naruto wary of the new arrival. Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Kabuto and seeing as you are rookie genin I assumed you could use some information on the exams. I myself have taken them 7 times, Kabuto finished. This turned on the warning bells inside Naruto's brain. He had studied Kabuto's chakra. The control and amount was equal to that of an elite jonin. Why was he still a genin? Wow, 7 times, you must really suck, said Kiba. Well, that or the exams could be a lot harder than they appear, the spectacle-wearing genin said. Whatever, me and Akamaru are going to the finals, isn't that right, boy? The Inyazuka said, getting a bark in agreement from the puppy in his jacket. Anyway, I have these info cards, they have information on all the teams and even the individual members, said Kabuto. Okay then, Rock Lee, said Sayuri. Sabaku no Gaara, said Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, even though it's troublesome to ask, finished Shikamaru. Oh, you know their names well, that's not hard then, let's see. Rock Lee, here we go. It says here he has no skill in nin or genjutsu because he has a disease which has led to underdeveloped chakra coils. But his taijutsu is off the charts. Team members are Hyuganiji and Tenten and his sensei is Mighty Ogai. He's done 42 D ranks and 35 C rank missions, Kabuto said before shuffling his cards. Okay, next is Subaku no Gaara. Well, this is a shock, I have really little on him. All I can tell you is he has done 12 D ranks, 52 C ranks and 1 B rank mission and has never been injured, the silver-haired ninja informed the Konoha rookies. This shocked several of the rookies at thought of going on all those missions and never picking up a single injury. Now Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, his stats are of the charts. He has performed 0 D ranks, 27 C ranks, 8 ranks and 3 A ranks. He is exceptional in Fuinjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu. His chakra control is so good it is said that he has created 16 plus jutsus based on chakra control alone. He is very efficient in using his Kekai Genka, the adamantine chains. In the past few months he has taken up Kenjutsu and has progressed quite well in the field. Overall, I would say that he should be avoided at all costs during these exams. Kabuto said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. The information that Kabuto was only accessible to elite Jonin or the Hokage. Him having this information, along with the fact that this was his 7th time taking the exam when he was easily Jonin level, pointed to the fact that he was spy. For whom that was a question for another time. Keeble looked at Naruto in shock and shouted, I knew you were strong, but when did you go a ranks? Shut up Kiba, you are way too loud, but if you must know, the last month was when me and my sensei performed 3A ranks before coming back home. Naruto said as he placed a trap for Kabuto. If Kabuto interjected now, it would confirm that he was a spy. Hey, that's not right, my information says you went on 2A ranks last month. Kabuto said, unknowingly confirming Naruto's theory. Heh, that was me just trying to look cool. Naruto said as he showed his tongue. The only person who saw through him was Izan. Despite being a loudmouth, he was Naruto's best friend and the second strongest of their generation. The time they had spent together made both of them know exactly what the other was thinking. Naruto subtly made hand signs and informed Izan of his suspicions. Izan made an unnoticeable nod, confirming that he felt the same. Before anyone could say anything, a puff of smoke appeared in the room, and from it a Jonin revealed himself. He was a tall man with a scared face and a purple bandana on his head. Naruto, for some unknown reason, wanted to call him Bandana Man. The man spoke and said, "My name is Ibiki Marino and I will be the proctor for the first exam. Get on your allocated seat number and we will begin. Check the description for the links to the author."